So you want to captain the Sims. Well, do you like fire? Do you like left clicking? And do you like to always be spotted? Well, then The Sims is for you. The history of The Sims. The Sims was launched on April 8, 1939 and was named after William Sims, an admiral who pushed for modernization of the Navy. The Sims was part of Task Force 17 during World War II and took a part of many battles. It was also a part of the Battle of the Coral Sea. On Monday morning, May 7, 1942, the Sims was attacked by Japanese carriers and dive bombers. The Sims was attacked from all directions, and the destroyer itself was hit by three 250-kilogram bombs, and two of them hit the engine, which destroyed the ship within minutes. She began to sink roughly a few minutes after the bomb's explosions. The overall stats of the Sims and World of Warships is the following. The Sims was one of the first premium ships created. She has a 127mm guns that fire shots at 18 shots per minute, so they are really fast. And they have a turret rotation time of 5.29 seconds, which you can of course get that down lowered if you have the proper skills and proper flags and modules that are required for this. The guns on the ship are the bread and butter. The only issue that they have are that they have high arcs, which may cause it to be hard to hit farther away targets, but overall is very useful whenever you're using islands as cover. The Sims also has torpedoes, but good luck with them. They are relatively slow and have very short range, depending on the model, of course. If you go for the extended torpedoes, they will even be slower than the normal set. So, your bread and butter, once again, of this ship will be her guns. Now, how to actually play The Sims in-game? There are many ways to actually play The Sims, but the most common way of playing her is to be another destroyer killer. You are going to be amazing against another destroyer. You will win most of all your one-on-one battles with a destroyer. Of course, this is one-on-one. This does not mean rush to the middle and fight it out with the other team shooting at you. But later in the game, one-on-one another destroyer, you will always win with your guns. You just have to be careful and pay attention to them firing torpedoes at you. You are also the most annoying thing to a battleship. With the right captain perks and flags, you will be setting fires on them like no other. And I mean, like no other. The only thing, in my opinion, that can set more fires is the ZOW. But the Sims has a faster reload than the ZOW and will be able to just cause more annoyance. Battleship drivers absolutely hate you, especially if you have a battleship captain that will extinguish the fire after the first fire, and then you rack in those damage points. Make sure you don't rush into any caps at the very beginning of the game, because you want to try to survive as long as possible in The Sims. If you are able to survive for a long period of time, you will make a huge impact in the game and be very disruptive. And on top of that, you will probably most likely be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the game, just because you're alive. There are many things that will counter you, like radar and carriers. This is why we do not want to rush the cap circle at the very beginning, unless you really want to be spotted the whole entire game. Also, you could be the center of attention, and that's never a good thing unless you are very good with the WASD keys. So at the beginning of the game, you just want to try to do your spotting. Don't rush, try to stay outside your detective range, and just do as much spotting as possible. Now, whenever it gets towards the late game, this is where you become the most dangerous, and you'll be able to set people on fire. Most people will probably also use all their radar. The only thing is you have to be careful about your carriers, but the good news is you have really good AA defense for a destroyer. Also, you can be very annoying to carrier drivers because you can mount a defensive AA fire to your ship, but I would not recommend it. I have never ever wanted to, but you can. It just helps. You're going to still be able to shoot down many planes, and so you'll be covered on that front. overall, this is one of my favorite premium ships I've ever owned. And yes, it's kind of an oldie, and it's kind of the power creep has come around on this ship, but it is one of my favorites still. I can always get a ton of credits and money. I know it doesn't print money like the Missouri, but in my opinion, you'll still be able to get a ton of credits from this ship if you know how to play her properly. So now, hopefully you want to be a captain of The Sims. I am Shadow Ready. Leave a comment down below on what ships you want me to cover next. Let me know, and I'll cover them as much as possible in the fullest details. Please let me know if you like this new kind of commentary and more editing as well. And also, if you do subscribe, you'll be up to date whenever I post my next So You Want to Captain. Thanks for watching, and have a wonderful day. Thanks, bye-bye. So, you want to captain the Graf Spree. Well, do you like not deciding on things? Do you like derpy guns? And do you like free XP and credits? Then the Graf Spree is for you. The history of the Graf Spree is kind of a lot, but sometimes at the same time not a lot. But I'm going to sum it up all into one type of thing, so this video isn't a 30-minute video. The Treaty of Versailles basically made the Graf Spree the Graf Spree. Germany could not replace its battleships until they reach 20 years of service, and any ships that they create must weigh less than 10,000 tons. The Graf Spree unfortunately weighed 16,000 tons, and Germany had to lie about that because she weighed way more. So this is why you have this weird hybrid of a battleship guns on a cruiser. She was also one of the first German ships to have radar. She was commissioned on January 6, 1936. She has a very detailed but not long service record. But the main point of her, or the main battle for her, was the Battle of River Plate. This was known as the first naval battle of the Second World War. This showed off all the new technologies between World War I and World War II, mostly radar and how to use it in battle. Because of this, she eventually was sunk at this battle with the new technologies not working in her advantage. In-game, the Graf Spree has 283mm guns and has two of them. She can reload 3 shots per minute. She also comes equipped with torpedoes, anti-AA defense, and or hydro, depending on your personality, fighter planes, and a repair party. The pros and cons of her is she has the largest health of any tier 6 cruisers. Her guns can turn at an excellent rate, depending on, considering how big they are. And she also has a great mid-range torpedo firing angles that she can do a lot of damage to. The cons of her, of course, are she is the slowest cruiser in the game, worse accuracy, and she also has the lowest potential damage per minute due to her rate of fire. With that being said, to play the Graf Spree, you kind of want to play her as this mid-range battleship. You have the speed of, you're not going to be as speedy as a cruiser, but you are speedier than a battleship, so you can still float around, pick your targets as needed. The main targets that you do want to go after are your battleships, which surprisingly I know, your battleships on the broadside, and your cruisers. Those are your main targets. Yes, you can still go after destroyers, but it's going to be a little bit harder because you have about 15 to 20 seconds, depending on your captain, of reload time. So that's kind of like the danger part of the going against a destroyer. Once again, this ship is a premium ship, so you could have gotten this way back in December 2 years ago with some missions, or you can just purchase her in store. There is another variation of her, the HSF Admiral Graf Spree, which is the exact same thing, just with an anime promo, but that one was just a promo, and it's not going to be for sale anytime soon, I believe, so you just got to stick with the normal Graf Spree. With that being said, overall this ship is very fun to play. It's kind of like a hybrid of the two, of a cruiser and a battleship. So it's really fun, but the only annoying part is that her guns are very, very trolly. The dispersions are really the most annoying part of this ship, and that she only has 2 of them. So you have to kind of present broadside if you ever want to fire all your guns at once. But she can survive a lot of things like some cruisers can't. And with that being said, it's an overall pretty good ship, plus you get free XP and credits. It's always a win-win, right? Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video about the Graf Spree and you get many Krakens with her. With that being said, here are some captain perks for you just so that you can see it on the way out. And please feel free to subscribe to my channel so that you can stay up to date on the latest So You Want to Captain series. Thanks for watching and have a wonderful day. Thanks, bye-bye. So you want to captain the Ranger. Well, do you like planes? Do you like getting flamed on in chat? And do you like grinding a crap ton of experience? Then the Ranger is for you. The history for the Ranger is kind of lackluster, to be said and all, and be truthful. The Ranger was first designed and built in 1931. It was one of the United States' very first built ships that was designed as an aircraft carrier. But this was before World War II, so the design was not the most modern at that time. So, because of this, it did not see much attack or defense or anything like that in the Pacific Fleet, because of how slow it was. So, because of that, in World War II, it spent most of its time in the Atlantic Ocean, where the German fleet was just slightly weaker for aircraft carriers. The most important things that it was able to do and participate were in Operation Torch and Operation Leader, which were basically German attacks off of the shipping of Norway, roughly around Norway. Wasn't the biggest or craziest life expectancy, which is kind of sad for the ship because it was like the first design type of carrier, but oh well. The only sad thing was this ship was eventually sold for scrap in 1947, so this is the reason why we never see this ship anymore. Alright, so now I'm going to just do a little rant right now. There is a bunch of people complaining about how overpowered carriers are, how annoying carriers are. Well, as a carrier player and playing on the other side of it, it's just as annoying, to be honest with you. Defensive fire just is very too random, and it's just very annoying to go against because sometimes you're good and sometimes you're not. But there's just this constant battle of like, oh, carriers are too broken, or oh, they're underpowered. It's kind of just determining on how you play this ship, to be honest, or this whole entire line of ships. A carrier will focus down anybody that does not have great AA defense. We're looking at you, mid-tier battleships, where there's always some exceptions, of course, or a player that likes to play on his own and charge in all by himself. This is what causes people to get mad, is because they can't be reckless on their own. This is why you have to play this game as a team-based game whenever you have a carrier on the other team. This is just a little rant, and I know you guys are going to hate me saying that, but it's very annoying for a carrier because I'm only an average carrier player, and everybody's like, oh, carriers are god tiers. It takes a lot for a carrier to do any type of damage in this game, to be honest with you, because you got to fly halfway across the map just to maybe hit your targets. So this is why I'm just a little annoyed with people saying, oh, carriers are broken and whatnot. It takes a ton of skill and knowledge to perform as a top tier carrier player. So that's just my little rant. Moving on with the video. Overall, the US Ranger is a decent beginner ship for anybody. It's the first time that you ever get a fighter squadron to protect your ships. You can either play that aggressively, so whenever you see another fighter or another attack planes or whatever you want to call it, another squadron coming towards you, you can be preventive and try to protect your ships by putting your air fighter squadron around them, or you could try to intercept them. This is the hardest technique of doing it. You have to be really good, and the other guy just has to keep flying in a straight line. As you progressively get up the chain, you will have bigger radiuses for your fighter squadrons, but at this low tier, whenever you first get it, it's very small, so it's pretty much put it in front of your other ships, other teammates, and try to protect them as much as possible. Overall, the planes themselves, they're pretty good on health. Your HE bombs will do pretty much damage against anything. I do notice whenever I use my HE bombs against destroyers, I'm more likely to incapacitate something and actually do damage against them. And it's just that whole DD dispersion that they like to do just to make it more fair for destroyers, which I totally get. But your cons are your ship, the Ranger itself, is super slow, and your torpedoes have a very short range and they're kind of slow. So you got to play very, very careful with these torpedo planes. They're very slow, and the torpedoes themselves are slow. So it's just like you can't win with their torpedoes, but they do a ton of damage if you're able to do and connect any of your torpedoes against any ship. So on screen right now, I have like the different type of attack styles. You always want to slow down as much as possible right before you attack someone, just due to the fact that you don't want to overshoot, which is very popular. So you want to pull it back as much as possible, the speed wise, and then attack. And then you'll use one of these three to kind of use as to attack your opponent. And right here is some captain skills for you. Overall, the captain skills are pretty generic. You just pick any of the airplane carrier or the aircraft carrier ones, and you're pretty much golden. There's nothing too special to be picking. Certain things help you here and there, but not crazy. Like, it's pretty generic across the board for all carrier players. So, here are the points. Overall gameplay with a carrier, it really depends on what tier you're in. If you are bottom tier, you are going to be just purely spotting pretty much the whole entire game, because your planes are going to be useless against these top tier, tier 8 cruisers and destroyers, and even I should put that the other way around. Cruisers, battleships, and destroyers, because they will totally knock out your planes, and it's just no fun whatsoever. So you're just going to be on spotting missions, trying to stay at least 5 kilometers or 5.5 kilometers out from the ships. You can focus down ships that are on their own, but I would wait. Also, at the very beginning of the game, you want to expend your first attack so that they can reload your planes faster, because 9 times out of 10, whenever you try to actually attack someone, you're going to lose all your planes. So it's easier if you lose, or you use that first wave of attack so that they can go refuel and rearm, so that whenever you're ready to come back to that, either your torpedoes, your dive bombers, or your strike aircraft, that you have those planes ready to go. So if you're middle tier, you don't have to do this as much, or if you're middle tier or bottom tier, you're pretty much going to be golden. In tier 6 through 7 and 5, they don't have the best AA defense. Yes, there are little outliners here and there, but for the most part, you are going to be pretty much fine. So you don't have to expend your first aircraft as a suggestion, and you can actually go in for attack. You don't have to always be spotting the whole entire game. You'll be able to actually do damage, which is so nice. So you always crave to be top tier, but once again, this is the other part that kind of sucks for you as a carrier player. There are no odd tier carriers for you, so you go from tier 6 to tier 8, and it's going to be a heck of a grind between here and there. Of course, there's even a bigger grind after that whenever you're trying to get to tier 10, but that's another video. But for at least for tier 6, you are going to be pretty good against anything, once again, between 7 and below. I be hesitant on some ships here and there. You just want to make sure you start to know what every ship's AA defense is. Basically, if they have an AA defense of 60 or higher, go away. Just turn around or attack somebody else. Because I've noticed that it's about roughly 60 and above that you lose pretty much majority of your planes. Even though it's completely random, you have no idea whenever it's going to happen. Also, be aware of ships that have catapult fires. That's mostly your cruisers and a few battleships here and there. Once again, I'm just trying to give you everything that you could possibly need to succeed as a carrier player, because it's pretty rough whenever you get out of tier 4 and tier 6, because your planes are not the most accurate and not the most deadly, which is kind of the bummer, because there's just a huge grind to get up to tier 8 and tier 10. But you guys can do it. Once again, you don't want to be super aggressive with your planes. You want to spot first and then strike any lone targets. You get more dangerous as the game goes on, or if you need to finish off any targets. So that's kind of what you want to do, is focus on the low health targets and spotting the destroyers that are rushing cap circles. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this lovely kind of, hopefully a good tip for you guys. It's kind of be difficult, especially if you're top tier, because it's just like you can't really do too much because they're just too random and it's too deadly, because you don't know what to avoid, to be honest with you. You don't, like, you can see the flak, but at the same time you can't, and then all of a sudden your planes are gone, and then the fighter mechanic doesn't make sense about some planes, and just but just be careful with your planes. Try to be as careful as possible. If that's the overall takeaway from this video, is be careful, be strategic, because this is more, playing a carrier is more strategy based than anything else, because you have a long flight between here and to the next ship, coming from your carrier to the ship that you want to attack. It's a long flight, so plan your attacks accordingly. With that being said, I am Shadow Ready. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Please leave me likes, comments down below. Make sure to tell me what you guys would like me to play or captain next, so that I can give you guys more tips and tricks. And anyways, if you do subscribe, that would be awesome. It would mean the world to me. And other than that, have a wonderful day. Thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Jean Bart. Well, do you like to have fun? Do you like to learn a new mechanic? And also, do you like to eat French fries? Then the Jean Bart is for you. The Jean Bart was launched on March 6, 1940, and her only real presence in World War II was in the Battle of Operation Torch, where she was fighting against the USS Massachusetts. For the most part, it was just like an ongoing brawl between the two ships, but the Massachusetts was winning with the better radar, and her shells were hitting the Jean Bart a lot better. She got battered with a lot of things, and then the U.S. Navy just didn't want to deal with it anymore, so they sent out some Dauntless dive bombers on the carrier to make her inoperable. So for the most parts, she was pretty much bombed out in the beginning of the war on the Battle of Casablanca, pretty much in the Northern Africa front. But she wanted to get repairs, so she got repairs, but she didn't get as much as repairs as her sister ship, the Richelieu. But pretty much that was kind of her main spiel in World War II. I know I'm just kind of summarizing it, but for a short video, but that's kind of her main arcing story in World War II. But unfortunately, in about May 21st, 1970, she was sold to a French braking company, and basically for the next 2 years she was broken apart along with another light cruiser that the French had, and provided about 30,000 tons of scrap iron. That's just crazy how much she was. But yeah, that was the overall history of the Jean Bart. In game, the Jean Bart is so much fun to play. As a destroyer main, I was kind of surprised how much I truly love this ship. It's got a very unique mechanic, and it works. So for example, it teaches you how to play in the higher tiers. You don't want to go gung-ho running broadsides all the time. This ship teaches you to keep your targets in front of you and angle. If you are angled against them, you are pretty good, except for, of course, the Yamato and that type of stuff. But overall, like, anything that's like shooting at you, you're gonna probably be able to tank it if you're angled right, just because of how the main guns are in front of the ship. There's no main guns in the back, so that's always good. And also, this ship is very trolly. So, I mean trolly as in fun troll, because you got a reload booster, a main battery reload booster. Your guns already fire 26 seconds, roughly, depending on, that's like the standard. But with the reload booster, you can fire so much faster. You can fire, I think it's about like 8 seconds, depending on your captain skills and everything and all the situations that you're in. But, oh my gosh, that is so much fun, especially if a battleship is presenting broadside to you, ooh, you're going to have a fun day. It's a little bit harder against, you can't over-penetrate, unfortunately, with these guns. They're not very good at over-penetrating higher tier or same tier ships, but if you're a top tier, you're going to have so much fun. And even if you're, I would say middle tier, because you're never going to be bottom tier, you're still going to be very effective. I've never had many games where I was not doing about 90k or 80k damage in a particular game, because she's just so much fun. She's also got like good concealment. She's fast. Like, it's almost like a cruiser, but it's not. It's nothing like the low tier battleships for the US. You know how like they're slow and the guns take forever, but they can hit. These are kind of like this is the exact opposite. It's just a better version of the Richilu, to be honest with you. But the main biggest vulnerability about her is if you get flanked for any reason whatsoever, you're pretty much dead, because your guns can't turn around. Your main battlement is in front of you, so if you allow somebody to get behind you, you're pretty much going to die pretty fast. But another thing too, another pro, is that she has really good AA defense. Like, I was not expecting this, but she's got one of the best AA in tier 9 land for a battleship, so it's just like beautiful. So overall, this ship is so much fun. I cannot highly recommend it anymore. I know there's the Georgia out there. I think this ship is a lot better than the Georgia. Yes, granted, the Georgia does have a better dispersion than you, but the Georgia also takes longer to reload. It has, once again, each ship has its more pros and cons, but this the Jean Bart itself, so much fun. You know where roughly your shots are. Your dispersion's not bad either. Like, yes, the Georgia is pretty much like a laser sight, but the Jean Bart is basically the exact same. You got a little bit more dispersion, not much, but other than that, it's really good ship. I'm surprised that this is a free ship, I say free ship. It's a coal ship. I highly recommend it. Spend all your coal on this ship. It is so worth it. You will have so much fun, and it's just purely because of this new gimmick of the main battery reload booster. This ship is perfect for you to learn how to properly play higher tiers, how to play even ranked too, if you really want to get into ranked. It's just one of these type of ships that is great for a beginner, and yes, it's got a few gimmicks about it, but once you learn those gimmicks and become a master at it, you're like unstoppable. I don't want to say unstoppable, because every ship can technically be destroyed, but I've just improved so much because of this ship, because once I've learned this mechanic type of stuff, I can kind of apply it to my other battleships. Yes, it's not going to be the exact same, but you don't want to be rushing in. You don't, like, this ship allows you to not rush in, even though it's got the speed to do it. You don't want to do it. You just play play a little further back, not too far back, but at least you're going to be there. You can take hits. That's the thing too. You angle just right. And then even though, yes, you're going to get HE spam, you still got your heals. So, I mean, it's just overall a great ship, and it's great for learning too if you're a brand new player. Yes, it's going to be a lot of coal for you, but once you get this ship, this is how you're supposed to kind of play higher tiers in battleships, and in general, any type of ship in higher tiers, except for your destroyers. Destroyers are we got a star beside you, but like your cruisers and your battleships, this is what you wanted to play your style as, kind of like you want to keep things in front of you. You want to stay angled. You don't want to present broadside. And yeah, once again, hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Here is some captain skills. Hopefully I don't forget about that. Totally forgot about that. Yeah, I kind of did. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this quick So You Want a Captain series video. Let me know what ship you want me to do next down in the comments below. And also feel free to subscribe so that you stay notified for whenever any of my videos or anytime I go live streaming. But thanks again for watching this video. You guys are awesome. Thank you for all the support that you've done. It means the world to me. And it's been amazing. I cannot express how thankful I am for you guys. And with that being said, thanks for watching. Thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Fiji. Well, do you like light cruisers? Do you like not having HE? And do you like Fiji water? Then the Fiji is for you. The Fiji was commissioned on May 5th, 1940, and was assigned to the Home Fleet, where she participated in the German blockade and escort of convoys. She was a pretty good ship, I would say. She was going to take part in the Operation Minets, but she was attacked by a torpedo U-32 boat, which caused her to be out for 6 months of repairs. She eventually did come back into the role in May 1941, and during the battle and the evacuation of Crete, the Fiji was tasked to cover the rescue of the survivors from the destroyed HMS Greyhound, along with 2 other destroyers and a town-class cruiser. Or is it a battleship? I don't know, sorry. However, the Fiji was low on anti-aircraft ammunition, and of course, they were attacked by planes. 2 and 2 don't go very well. She was attacked and was damaged by 4 bombs, which eventually slowed her down and caused her to capsize on May 22nd, 1941. There were 523 survivors were picked up from Crete, from the Fiji, over to another ship, and that was pretty much the small service of the Fiji. In-game, the Fiji has 4 turrets of 152 millimeters, which have a rate of fire, or a reload speed of 7.5, and a rate of fire of 8 shots per minute, which is really good for a light cruiser. Basically, your main battery guns are very excellent at shooting multiple targets, and they're really good at destroying destroyers and cruisers. You also have a excellent handling characteristics of a quick rudder shift time and a tight turning circle. Basically, this ship is a very large destroyer, and it kind of shows too because it also has a smoke screen as well. But the only problem with this ship is that it cannot fire HE shots, so you're going to struggle against your battleships, of course, because you can't set them on fire, so you just have to aim at the superstructure with your main battery guns with your armor piercing. Now, if they do present broadside, you can potentially penetrate, depending on your tier and depending on what battleships you're going against. You're still going to struggle against your heavy armored Russian battleships. Meanwhile, against cruisers and destroyers, you will rip them apart. At long range, you have a really good long range of 15.4 kilometers, which is really good, but you also have to lead the target a lot, just due to the fact that your shells are high arcing shells, which are pretty good whenever you want to hide behind an island. If you can't tell, you want to use islands and your smokescreen as your main defensive items, pretty much, or how to play this ship. This ship also has a repair party, smokescreen, as I've already mentioned, and so it's kind of a weird blend of a destroyer cruiser, which also has the same characteristics as well, of being this like weird overall really good destroyer and a really good cruiser. Your AA defense is pretty good. It's not going to be the best. You're probably still going to be hit by a squad or 2, but you'll still be able to at least use your effective fire and also in effect with another ship to help you out with taking out a squadron of fighters. Now, the biggest weakness to this ship is its long citadel. It has a very long citadel, which you have to be very, very cautious about, because if you are exposed, either in your smokescreen or in the middle of the water, you are going to get a lot of damage taken, which is kind of the bad news about this ship, is because of this long citadel, you're going to be hit and lose a lot of health, hence why you also probably have the repaired party. But overall, this is one of the best ships in the game, especially if you know how to counteract or avoid your radar ships. So if you see one on the horizon or on your minimap, run the opposite way. Run the opposite way or hide behind an island so that you at least have something to protect you. Overall, this ship is really good paired up with like another destroyer or even another cruiser with radar. You want to help defend the cap the most with this ship. It's really good at doing that because you're going to be taking on your other destroyers and other cruisers. Once again, you still have to be careful about battleships because they can potentially one-shot you almost if they hit your citadel just right, which is kind of the negative part about this ship is, once again, that long citadel. So as long as you are bow tanking, you should be a little bit better. Once again, some ships can technically overpenetrate you, but for the most part, you have a respectable front armor, so it's kind of like a give or take. She can't be best at everything, unfortunately. She is probably, in my opinion, one of the best ships at its tier. The only problem, of course, is that you have to learn how to play the British cruisers, which are very, very different, just purely because you have to take advantage of what is presented to you. You can't rely on just HE spamming ships all day long. You have to actually plan your shots accordingly, even though you can rapidly fire all your shots. So now here are some captain skills that we recommend, but basically you want to be a stealth ship, so you want to make sure that you take that stealth concealment and your concealment expert as much as possible so that you can reduce your area of being detected. This ship can be pretty much a good stealth ship if you feel like you want to be more stealthy like. You can go that way as well. Overall, the Fiji is a very, very good tier 7 ship. You want to make sure to realize, though, that you do have to, it's a kind of like a high learning curve to play any of the British cruisers, but once you've learned it, you can do a lot of damage. You just got to make sure to present yourself in the most optimal positions. And with that being said, hopefully you guys learned something today. Let me know down in the comments below of what ship you want me to do next, and feel free to stay subscribed to me so that you know when a video comes up. With that being said, thank you for watching and have a wonderful day. Thanks, bye-bye. So, you want to captain the Izmail. Well, do you like fighting close? Do you like armor? And do you like your shots being guided by the hand of Stalin? Well, the Izmail is the ship for you. The history of the Izmail does not really exist because this ship was never actually truly launched out. She had a lot of issues during construction. She was starting to be built in 1912 to get ready for World War I, but this magical thing called the Russian Revolution kind of also interrupted things. But she was almost created into a carrier in 1925, but that eventually just got scrapped due to resources. But other than that, this is just a made-up ship, so there's not really much history on this, so yay! In-game, though, she has 4 turrets of 365mm guns, 3 barrels in each of the turrets, which makes her very, very deadly. The only problem with these guns are that they take about 33 seconds to reload. Other than that, this ship's guns are also very trolly at very distance, at your long range of the 17.1 kilometers. You typically want to be firing your guns at about 11 kilometers or less, just because then your dispersion is not like crazy. Basically what I'm saying is you can't sit in the back of the map and fire. You won't hit a dang thing with these guns just because of these awful dispersion at maximum range. So you want to get close. But the problem with getting close, though, is that you have like a reload time of 33 seconds. So make sure to keep your ships that you're firing against at least 5 kilometers away, but you don't want them to go further than 10. That's kind of like the maximum barrier. So you want to keep your ships that you're firing at between 10 and 5 kilometers. The broadside of this ship is very impactful. You can literally destroy a Omaha in one shot, and it's glorious. Trust me, I've done it before. But the only problem with presenting broadside is, yes, you do have 100mm of armor on your broadsides, but the problem with that, though, is your citadel is on top of the water, so you are most likely going to get citadeled if you present too much of a broadside. So keep that in mind whenever you are going broadside against another ship. Overall, this ship is amazing to angle against. A lot of ships cannot do anything against you. The only problem, though, is if you're fighting at a distance and the ship that you're fighting against can drop shots into your deck, that's going to be causing an issue because your deck armor is very weak. It's about 10 to 5 millimeters, just depending on where you're at. And it's not the best thing ever. But as soon as you close into that distance, you're going to be using your 25 millimeter bow armor and your 100 millimeter side armor, which will help you out immensely whenever you're taking on a ship up close. The ship has very good AA defense. It could be better, but for a battleship at this rank, it's pretty good, not going to lie. Or not rank, mostly tier. So that's pretty good, but the only thing that sucks is your secondaries. Your secondaries are god-awful. So you're not going to be relying on them like at all. So don't even think that they exist. And plus, if they do start firing, they won't be very accurate as well. They just have like pretty much the same dispersion, almost like your guns at maximum range, I feel like, in my opinion, but everything's different according to the stats. Also, this ship has a really good speed. It can go up to about 26 knots, give or take. The only problem, though, is the ship is going to have an awful turning circle, and whenever it does do a turning circle, it loses pretty much all of its speed. And that's purely because the ship is more longer than wider. So that's kind of like the main reason, but also the engine isn't as powerful as like another battleship. So like if you put a New Mexico class engine into this one, it would be a lot faster and be able to turn more, but it's just because of the engine power is pretty much the reason why it cannot sustain its speed in a turn. Overall gameplay of this, you want to make sure that you get in close. This is a brawler. This ship is amazing at brawling, and you will be rewarded as soon as you get close to people. Now, granted, you have to watch out for those destroyers and their torpedoes, so you can make those dodges and you can turn and everything like that, but you just don't want to lose too much speed, especially against a destroyer. Because if they know where you're going, you're going to get most likely torpedoed. And if you're slowed down too much, you won't be able to speed up to go past those torpedoes. So make sure that you're with somebody that you has like hydro or radar or something along those lines, or even if an aircraft carrier can support you. That will help you out in the long run, but for the most part you can technically take on the team all by yourself. Just don't give your broadside to anybody so they won't citadel the crap out of you. If you do that, then you're pretty much golden, as long as you're bow tanking and able to avoid any torpedoes. With that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed this short video. I've been truly enjoying the Izmail. I managed to get like back-to-back cracking games with her, just purely because of how powerful her guns can be, and how other players like to present a lot of broadsides to you, which is amazing. But you won't be able to get that as much at higher tiers, but this is just a really fun ship at this tier, at tier 6, and it's just basically, the guns are a little trolly, you just gotta trust in Stalin. The armor is pretty good, and overall speed wise is great. The overall technical classification of this ship should be a battle cruiser, but it's a battleship. It is what it is. Wargaming, you do you. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Make sure to stay subscribed and like the video if you enjoyed it. And if you do stay subscribed to me, that means you know whenever my next video comes out. Also, leave a comment down below and letting me know what ship you want to see next. Other than that, thanks for watching and have a wonderful day. Thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Jaguar. Well, do you like Dark Souls? Do you like not having any smoke screens? And do you like to make everything very, very difficult? Then the Jaguar is for you. The history of the Jaguar is pretty simple. She was commissioned in about 1939 when she was pretty much part of the Chachala? I totally mispronounced that class of destroyer. But pretty much she just had a English Channel type of role where she just was a convoy ship. Unfortunately, she did get badly damaged during a collision in January 1940, and then she got repaired after 5 months of that. Then she eventually kinda technically get sunk by a German E-boat on May 23rd of 1940, but she didn't completely sink. She beached herself and basically was written off as unrepairable. So that's the lovely life of the Jaguar. Endgame, good luck. It is a cruiser. I would say this is more of a cruiser than an actual destroyer, just due to the fact that you don't have a smoke screen, you don't have any AA defense. Really, you kind of do. It's not the greatest, but it's not there. You have a awful detection range of 7. You can get it lower, of course, but man, it's pretty awful. You are the second worst destroyer on being spotted. Other than that, what are some cons? There's basically, you have very slow turrets. Your main batteries take forever to reload. They take about 6.6 seconds, which is pretty bad at this tier. There's other ships that fire a lot faster. I think the only one that it loses to is the Japanese. And the biggest thing is that you have no smoke generator and you're very, very vulnerable to carriers. And yeah, that's pretty much it. You do have a great fast ship, but not worth it. This one I would totally say free XP your way up. But other than that, if you can't do it, good luck. I feel bad for you, and you got this. Anyways, if you enjoyed this, here's a quick little Captain Perks for you. Maybe if you really are desperate, here you go. Other than that, stop what you're doing. Just free XP your way up, I would say, on this ship, because it's not fun. You can do some stuff here and there, but for the most part, good luck. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to stay subscribed. If not, please let me know down in the comments what you would want me to see changed. And other than that, thanks for watching. Thanks, bye-bye. So you want to captain the Akizuki. Well, do you like grinding? Do you like true Japanese gunboats? And do you like cats? Well, the Akizuki is for you. The Akizuki was purchased in 2019 by the name of the Mighty Jingles, and is a very pretty kitty. Oh, I'm sorry, we're talking about the actual ship here, aren't we? Yes, the actual ship was built in 1942, but look how cute the cat is! Look at it! Okay, I'm back, I promise, I won't do that again. The Akizuki was actually commissioned in 1942, with the Japanese basically in a pressing at the end of World War II, just trying to rush out some ships. She built out the Akizuki, so it was commissioned in 1942 and was immediately deployed. Her biggest battle was in the Battle of Lafayette Gulf, and basically didn't last too long, because on October 25th, 1944, during the attack on the North Force, the Akizuki was hit either by a bomb or a torpedo. It is not known, but she just basically catastrophically exploded and sank within minutes. In-game, this ship is so much fun to play, let's just say. It is totally worth the grind from the previous 2 ships. Those are quote-unquote Japanese gunboats. Not really, they suck. Until now, you don't have rapid firing guns and just great traverse turret speed, so that's just amazing to have that now. But basically, you don't want to be the first ship spotted because you have awful detection range. This is more of a light cruiser than a true destroyer, but it's still really fun to play. So what I suggest you to do is kind of play on the outside edges of the map, just so that you can get your initial spots in and try to survive towards the end of the game. Pick and choose your individual targets that are separated from the pack. Now, if there is a map that has an island in there, yes, you can go in there and be protected by the island. Just be aware that radar is a thing at this tier, and is always going to be a thing at this tier. Also, if you have any battles with any other destroyers, you're most likely going to win them as long as you hit your shots. Now, be careful about the shots themselves. The HE does not have very good penetration whatsoever. That's kind of like the biggest hindrance of this ship. pretty much is their HE shells cannot penetrate anything. You'll be lucky to penetrate some destroyers and some light cruisers. Other than that, not really. That's why you need the inertial fuse for the inertial fuse shots for your HE, because it's rough. So basically, you have to know that you have to toggle between your HE and AP. I know I'm not showing great examples of this in my demo right now, but I usually try to switch it up whenever I'm going against different ships, because your AP actually does a crap ton of damage, surprisingly. Now, your torpedoes are still fantastic Japanese torpedoes. The only con about them is it takes forever for them to reload. Yes, you do get a torpedo reload booster, but gosh, it still takes forever after you used it. They roughly, depending on which model you go with, they're both decent. There's no bad choice, but they'll take about 101 second to reload, which is, in the game, takes forever, it feels like. So just be mindful of that with using your torpedoes. They're kind of more of a last ditch type of effort. But once again, if you can find any destroyer and even some light cruisers, you can most likely take them down one-on-one. But that's the problem in this game. It's not a one-on-one game. It's a lot of people versus one sometimes. So just make sure that you're mindful of that. So basically, wait towards the end of the game to do truly most of your damage. Unless you have a target that is completely by themselves and or you have a lot of backup on your end. Now, do remember, radar is a thing, so you're going to have a lot of difficulties at the beginning of the game because a lot of people love to use their radar at the beginning. Towards the end of the game, you'll have more success with that, so be mindful of that. So once again, the biggest problem with this ship is it's a very captain-oriented ship. So here are some of the perks right now. Now, my suggestion is that you go with concealment first before you go with initial fuse. That's kind of a personal preference. If you know that you can get away with stuff more, then you can use your initial fuse instead of the concealment expert. It's just kind of up to you, but it sucks that this ship has to be kind of like a 14-point captain to fully, truly be amazing. But, you know, there's some ships in the game that are just like that. I'm looking at you, Atlanta. But with that being said, hopefully you guys have learned a little bit about this ship, and also, look how cute she is! Okay, I'm done. I promise I'm done. If you guys enjoyed this, please feel free to subscribe and stay in the notifications. And let me know what ship that you want me to play next. And with that being said, have a wonderful day. Thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Smolensk. Well, do you like fire? Do you like overpowered ships? And do you like Russian biased? Well, then the Smolensk will be for you. And if you like this content, please feel free to subscribe, leave a comment down below, and like the video. Now, let's get into this ship. The history of this ship is the most amazing thing that you'll ever read. It has been so epic, I cannot even put it into proportions. Oh yeah, it's not even a real ship, so sorry for that dramatic thing, but there is no history on this ship. It's basically just a concept art after World War II. Never actually fully got developed, and with that, Wargaming kind of had their fun with this ship. You can kind of tell. In-game, though, this ship is probably one of the easiest tier 10s to pick up as a premium ship, and it's also one of the easiest ships to learn. Don't flame me too much, everybody, but all you have to do is just HE spam everybody. That's pretty much been the big issue that everybody's had with this ship since it's ever come out. So it's just a fire magnet. It's just crazy because you have a high fire rate, fast moving turrets, excuse me. And you're also technically armed with torpedoes. You don't ever really truly use that, but it's there. It's there at least. But you're just a fire magnet. And it's been kind of the most controversial thing that you see on Reddit. And yeah, I don't blame them. The ship does not have a lot of... It's not the most hard to learn. And it's just like a very low skill ceiling, I would say. Now, there are some people that can take it way out there and be amazing with this ship because they know when to switch from HE to armor piercing and vice versa. They know how to position themselves so that they aren't detected by radar and blah, 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 blah. But basically, overall, It's not that difficult of a ship, and for the only barrier to it right now is just basically grinding out the coal, which is not that crazy. It's pretty ridiculous, and I can see why people are kind of upset with this ship. Now, also, I have this feeling that we need to play this ship like crazy right now, just due to the fact that I feel like Wargaming is going to nerf it in some way, shape, or form, because they just gave us a coupon to have research ships basically be kind of easier to get with that 20% off. So that's one reason I think that it's gonna get nerfed. And the things that I'd like to see it to be nerfed is probably reduce one of the smoke screens, because right now if you start off you have 2 smoke screens. I think we just need to reduce it down to 1. Yeah, I know superintendent is a thing, but it would be only 2 smoke screens with superintendent if it's been nerfed. Or have it where she can be detected further range while she's firing in a smoke screen. I feel like those 2 things will probably balance her out the most. I could be wrong. Everybody has their own opinion about this ship. Probably a longer reload time, but for the most part, most Smolensk captains are in a smoke screen and they're just spamming away. So I feel like that is truly the issue that you're going against, is basically the HE spam and them just chilling in a smoke screen. Now, for those new captains out there that are picking her up, just kind of memorize the map, to be honest with you. You do have to be careful because your gun range is not the greatest. You only have like 16 kilometers. So find a place where it's kind of by an island so that you can tuck behind into it. And it's pretty obvious. There's always, like, every map is different, I know, but there's obvious little islands here and there that is perfect for the Smolensk. And your goal is to be a DPM ship like crazy, but you don't want to push it. You don't want to be like the first line of defense. You want to kind of be middle range. You want to hopefully have your destroyers and probably like a heavy cruiser in front of you, if not a battleship. Hopefully, depending on the meta. I know people like to play battleships at the back of the map, but I digress. So, with that being said, you kind of want to play middle range. You don't want to be closer than 4 kilometers if you have to, 5 kilometers if you have to. For the most part, you are kind of more dangerous to get citadeled whenever you get closer range, but the further you're out, the less likely it's going to happen, and it's most likely going to be over penetrations on you. So that's why I said roughly in the 7 to 12 range is your bread and butter. And that's the other thing too, is this ship has a lot of guns, so you can put a lot of lead down the field, so it's going to help you out. You're going to get a lot of damage. You're going to set a lot of fires. You just need to learn whenever you set a fire, you need to know if they've already used their repair or health repair or their extinguisher, because then if they present broadside to you, you probably should switch over to armor piercing just so that you can get a little bit more damage off on them. But for the most part, if you're just still HE spamming, that's fine, but everybody's going to get mad at you, just so you know. A lot of flame can happen with this ship, both in game and in chat. With that being said, here are the captain perks for you. It's not too crazy, as you can kind of see. It's pretty standard. The only thing that's kind of crazy is about probably tier 2 on your captain, but it is what it is. There's nothing crazy about it. And the sad thing about this ship is you don't technically need all these captain perks to be really good in her. You just need to know the positioning of where you need to be, and the ship will do it for you. Yes, these perks right here that you see are amazing, but they are not going to, I mean, yes, it's already overpowered as is, but it's just going to help you become better with this ship and most likely get more experience and credits. But a standard nothing captain will be just as fine. So if you don't have like a tier 10 captain or a 19-point captain for the USSR, that is totally fine. You'll be fine with a 1-point captain, technically, I feel like. But with that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Let me know what ship that you want me to do next. I know that you guys are asking for the Alabama, so I'll try to get on that. It's kind of hard, but I will try to figure that out, because I just don't have the ship yet. But with that being said, hopefully you guys have a wonderful day. Please feel free to subscribe. It will mean the world to me. And with that, thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Alaska. Well, do you like heavy cruisers? Do you like that it's not the Puerto Rico? And do you like the fact that you don't have to pay $200 for it? Then the Alaska is for you. Now, if you're new to the channel, feel free to subscribe. That will just mean the world to me. And leave a comment down below on what ship you want to see next. Let's get into it. The history of Alaska is pretty much lackluster. It's just purely because she got released / created pretty late into the war, and she was developed in 1930s. So if she came out roughly in the 1930s, 1935s era, she probably would have been used more. But since she kind of came out late 1940s, it just was like at that point in the war, or not late 1940s, but 1940s. Basically, she came out at the point where U.S. was already kind of dominating in the Pacific, and her main job was to destroy a lot of cruisers. Well, at that point in the war, there wasn't that many cruisers left from the Japan side. So she basically turned into a carrier escort / shore bombardment / supply disruptor. So that's pretty much her main accomplishment in World War II. She did have a brief history afterward, but pretty much she was too costly to operate. So for that's pretty much the main reason why we don't see any drastic things for her. She was about to be turned into a missile ship. She just didn't get to turn into it because once again it would cost too much, and just pretty much she was over-designed. She was meant for a certain period of time, but once again, the carrier role pretty much took over World War II, and her main role had to be changed, which you can kind of tell in her design. So in-game, as you can obviously tell, she is not a Puerto Rico. She is a tier lower than the Puerto Rico and one less gun turret. For all other purposes, I know the stats aren't 100% right, but pretty much it's the same ship. Just slightly differences here and there, not like drastic. Like, once again, the numbers are just slightly different because you have one less gun turret. Everything else is roughly the same as the tier 10 Puerto Rico, but the thing is, it doesn't cost $200. It actually is just a million XP, and you can also buy her in the premium shop, but million free XP, let me get that correct. And that's what I did. I used her for, I finally got to use my 2 million XP, and I finally used it to get this ship. I think it's worth it so far. I've been enjoying her. But once again, I'm not very much a cruiser main, so that's kind of like the tough time I have, is I'm more of a destroyer main, but that's for a different video. That's kind of getting off topic. So for the main point of this video is the Alaska. So you want to pretty much play her about 10 to 12 kilometers out, to be honest with you. Now, the most dangerous thing about this ship that is actually hurtful to itself is the fact that you have radar. Your radar range is only 10 kilometers. And this what gets a lot of, I feel like gets a lot of US heavy cruisers in trouble, is because they think they're supposed to be shooting and killing the destroyers. That is not your role. Your role is to destroy other cruisers. And because they gave you this radar, it's kind of actually hurting you because you feel obligated to charge into a cap or something along those lines. So you're spotting a destroyer. Don't do that. That radar is just there for late game purposes, pretty much. I hate to say it. Newsflash. Do that. Make it more, save your radar towards the end of the game. Your goal at the beginning is not to spot it. That's what the carriers are for. That's what the destroyers are. And pretty much your light cruisers are for destroying destroyers. Your job is to actually kill the other cruisers that are lighting up your teammates, and you can take on battleships pretty well, to be honest with you, especially if they're giving you broadside. You can do a lot of citadels, surprisingly. This is the most complicated ship, I feel like, that you have to kind of know who you should target and who you should not target. You either can come with experience, or you can just look up another guide on like Little White Mouse. She's got an excellent guide on like what you should and shouldn't go after. But for the most part, this is like it's a harsh learning curve, to be honest with you. So just bear that in mind whenever you're thinking, oh, I should use my radar. No, you are not supposed to truly use that radar until like later in the game. So just keep that in mind. There are two type of like play styles I feel like with this type of cruiser. You could be a run and gun one, which I don't know if is very successful. That's just not me. I'm not a very much of a run and gun type of cruiser where I'm always moving, always like shooting and that type of stuff. I'm more of a cruiser anchorer, I would say. So I either find a part of the map where I'm kind of either far away from, or like basically like I'm at a 12-kilometer range or more, just kiting, or I'm at a island beside a very crucial part, like by a cap or something, but it's not like right on the cap, but close to it, so I'm still protected and I can still use effective fire. That's what I play. I'm more of a use an island as a cover and be an anchor. I've always been an anchor, and that's how I usually play my cruisers. And that's very, I feel like that's more effective because you can use your guns. You're going to be using your DPM. It's a little bit slower than some ships, but once again, you're using your DPM effectively, and that's what's helping you out overall to get your credits and XP that you want to get with this ship. Because if you go in there guns blazing and using your radar, I feel like is not the most successful way of using this ship. So once again, you have to be mindful of your teammates and what your teammates are doing if you're using this strategy of just anchoring. If your teammates are pushing up, push with them, help them out. If your teammates are dying or retreating, make sure that you're not the only ship left, because you are not going to do very well whenever there's multiple ships targeting you. When that happens, your ship does not do very well and you will be sunk pretty fast. But once again, you could still put a lot of damage into another ship if you know where to aim, and it's just because you can get citadels for days. So overall, here are the captain perks for the ship, for the Alaska. It's nothing crazy if you've been going down the US heavy cruiser line. Nothing, you know, super crazy. Maybe the only thing that's kind of crazy is if you want to go probably for your 19th captain to go with your fire, like a reduced fire. Because once again, this ship surprisingly kind of gets set on fire a lot, which is kind of the annoying factor of her, just because of her size and everything. But once again, you could do whatever you want to do. That's why I suggest not to be a run and gun ship, because then you're more likely to be on fire more. But once again, your play style may vary. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Please feel free to leave a like and leave a comment on what ship you want to see next. It would mean the world to me, because it's awesome to get some feedback from you guys. And it's also been, you know, entertaining to provide new ships that I didn't even think of. With that being said, thank you for watching and have a wonderful day. Thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the New Mexico. Well, do you like big guns? Do you like playing a ship over and over again? And do you like being the slowest ship ever? Then the New Mexico is for you. If you're new to my channel, please feel free to subscribe. It would mean the world to me, and you'll be up to date whenever I put out another So You Want to Captain series. Let's get into the New Mexico. The history of the New Mexico is okay. It's nothing spectacular. She's not gonna wow you. She doesn't have all these amazing ribbons and whatnot, but she's still a very well-rounded ship. If you can't tell, there's going to be a theme with her, is she's a well-rounded ship. She was created and commissioned to the fleet in May 1918, so she missed out on World War I. She had basically time of being a part of the Atlantic Fleet and the Pacific Fleet. She was not at Pearl Harbor, so she didn't have that. And for the most part, during her war voyage, I guess you could say, or during her stands, she was basically either a convoy support ship or a shore bombardment ship. That's pretty much her life and role between basically 1940 through about 1945. Nothing crazy during that time period. The only thing that is kind of funny is she accidentally rammed and sank one of her own U.S. freighters back in 1940. But other than that, her early history is not that great. She just was a very well-rounded ship. Just did her job of just shore bombardment and protecting her convoys. The unfortunate thing, of course, is that Japan was going through the kamikaze phase, and in 1945, early 1945, she got heavy attacked by kamikazes. She got hit in the bridge, and it killed her commanding officer and a lot of other crew members as well. So she goes back to Pearl Harbor, gets repairs, comes back, and basically gets another kamikaze in May. She had 2 more hit her. So this ship was just notorious for getting kamikazes. She also, during 1945, the reason why she got hit before that was she was destroying suicide boats, which Japan was kind of getting desperate, and they were doing like suicide subs and suicide boats and suicide planes, of course, kamikazes. So the day before, she sunk 8 suicide boats, and then the next day, she gets struck by 2 kamikazes, which is kind of just sad. And I feel bad for those crew members. Fortunately, she was back reinstated by the time that by the time Japanese surrendered in September 6th, so she got to be in Tokyo Bay to celebrate that surrender. Then after the war, she basically was scrapped for resources. She didn't really have anything special after the war. She only lasted until about 1948. And both of her bells are still in use and given to New Mexico Historical Museum and somewhere the Santa Fe Plaza, respectively. So that's pretty much the New Mexico's history. In game, this ship is very, very slow. The one thing I forgot to mention was in the history part was, of course, she was actually one of the fastest battleships at one point with 21 knots. Take that for a second. We're saying that this is a very slow ship, and yet at one point she was the fastest ship. It's crazy. It's crazy how fast technology came around. But once again, she's super slow in this game, so you got to plan accordingly. You got to either just decide, I'm going to defend this front, so if I defend the west side of the islands, I'm going to defend it to the very last end, and you just you can't, you're going to get outrun by pretty much everything, so if you're trying to run away, you got to plan 10 steps ahead before, you're already seeing it go down. That's kind of the problem with the ship, is because of her speed, you have to predict. And if you're not very good at predictions, if you're a newer player and you're trying to be good at predictions, it's going to be rough on you in the beginning. That's why I said earlier, you're probably going to be playing a lot of games in this ship, because you're either going to be in the middle of battle doing stuff, or you're not going to be anywhere close to battle, and your gun range is not far enough to help you out. So that's, of course, going to be a slight issue, is the guns are decent on range, but they're not the best, like the Japanese. But then again, you have probably the best armor and least likely to be citadeled. I will say, hands down, this is probably one of the hardest ships to citadel, so you can take a beating. Your biggest enemy is going to be HE spammers, so take that with a grain of salt, because you could still take damage from other ships. Don't get me wrong, you can still take huge armor-piercing damage from other battleships, but you won't get citadeled, so you won't get deleted that you can potentially do to other ships. So this is why I kind of use her as a tank and kind of like a battering ram sometimes. If I know that I need to help my team and take the load off of maybe my cruisers or destroyers, I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit of my damage or a little bit of my health just to make sure that they are focusing on me. Meanwhile, my DPM cruisers or my destroyers can torp somebody. I'm willing to do that. And that's what you kind of have to figure out what your style is of battleship player. Are you going to be one of those passive ones? Then you're probably not going to be very good in this ship. If you're a little bit more aggressive, but you're not super aggressive, not like you're just charging into the capture circle and getting torped by everybody, that's not recommended. You want to be kind of like passive aggressive, if that makes sense. So you want to be aggressive enough that people are going to focus you, but you can take that damage. You can easily take 5 ships damage, gun damage. Now, torpedoes, that's the thing that's going to kill you, is those torpedoes. Speaking of torpedoes, if you see a destroyer, if you see a destroyer at all, I would just automatically recommend you change course. just because you need to change course in some way, or like slow down just a little bit, or do something so that torpedoes will not hit you, because you are not maneuverable. Your maneuverability is going to be the death of you. And if you do perform a high risk maneuver, I would say, or a very heavy maneuver, you're going to be dead in the water, because you're going to go from about 21 knots to 10 knots, and it's just so painful for this ship to get up to speed again. It's not the most powerful on horsepowers, even though it's got like a lot of horsepower. It's just a lot of ship. It's just a heavy ship. It's just not going to be moving that fast. I mean, you could throw in the acceleration module on this ship. That could help you, and overall, it's just, you got to be prepared to make slight course adjustments. I would say slight course adjustments, like just slightly moving to the right or slightly moving to the left, or slowing down to 3/4 and then speeding back up, or whatever, just so that you can avoid those torpedoes. That's going to be your biggest enemy. Overall, I would say your main people to go after are going to be your cruisers, which are really easy to go after. Especially if you see an Omaha, they're basically dead if you hit them just right, which is not that hard to do. And other battleships. Even if you're bottom tier, you'll still do a lot of damage, which is surprising for this type of ship. Give it credit. It's its armor, it's its guns, it's its caliber. It's going to struggle, but it's overall, like, if you can't tell, there's like a consistency with this ship. There's always going to be consistency. It's never going to be overpowered. It's never going to be underpowered. Even though some people want it to go faster, I get why they put it at this speed, because that's just what U.S. historically was. They were still trying to figure out what a ideal battleship would be. And they thought these super heavy battleships were going to be the thing. But as you can tell, not a thing anymore. So, with that being said, here are the captain perks for her. I would say do not truly build a captain on her. Focus more on like your North Carolinas, your Montanas, your Iowas. Build a captain towards that, I would say. Because you're not, I mean, to be honest with you, once you get done with the New Mexico, you never want to look back on the New Mexico or the Colorado because of how slow they are. And once you get to like a faster moving battleship in the U.S. line, you never really want to go back. That's why it's kind of like, I don't ever want to go down the research down this line again. So with that being said, focus I know that was kind of like a really roundabout way of kind of focusing on other ships for captain perks. But if you have to, you can go with what's on the screen right now. It's okay. It's just going to prevent fires. It's going to be the one thing that's going to be killing you are going to be your fires. But you have a really good heal, to be honest with you. So that kind of negates that as well. The other thing, too, is if you really, really want to, you can go a trolley build and try to be more of an AA defense. But the furthest you're going to probably extend your AA defense to is about 5 kilometers out. Granted, you are a really good AA for like tier 6. Like if you're going against another tier 6 carrier or a tier 4 carrier, you'll totally be fine. If you're going against tier 8, that's where it gets a little bit rougher for you. Because once again, your AA defense is only about 5 kilometers out, so you don't get to put as much flak out there and be able to be saved. So with that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Let me know down in the comment section what you want to see next. Feel free to subscribe, follow, like me, whatever you want to do. You do you. I believe in you. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful day, and so, you want to captain the Fletcher. Well, do you like lots of guns? Do you like the history of this ship and mostly the class? And do you like being the first one to be destroyed instantly? Well, then the Fletcher is for you. And if you're new to my channel, feel free to subscribe. It would mean the world to me. And let's begin. The Fletcher class, I'm going to do basically the class, not the actual ship for this video, so don't be hating too much. But the whole Fletcher class is amazing. There were 175 of them created for World War II, and they pretty much single-handedly helped out winning in the Pacific Fleet, or at least in the Pacific campaign. At least in my opinion, I know all the credit and glory goes to the carriers, but I would say second place would definitely be these destroyers. They played huge pertinent parts in the war. They're basically the backbone, along with like the Cleveland class destroyers, or Cleveland class cruisers, excuse me. So basically, I put them second, then Cleveland third. Now, the Fletcher itself was created in October 1941, with most of them also continuing on to the Korean War, which is really nice. They pretty much got refits here and there throughout both wars. For the most part, most of their refits were putting more AA defense on, or for the Korean War, some of them even got rockets, which was kind of interesting. But the one that I truly want to focus on today is the USS Johnston. And the reason why I say the USS Johnston is it's probably one of the most famous Fletcher class destroyers. At least in my opinion. I know there's some other ones like the USS Kidd. Yes, that's still a thing. You can even go see her still. But I think the USS Johnston's probably one of the most famous one, because she was in Taffy 3. Now, if that kind of rings a bell to you, let's just say they took on the Yamato during the Battle of Lake Gulf, one of the biggest naval battles in history. And to be like, they kind of break down Lake Gulf, the Battle of Lake Gulf, into like separate battles. So the one that I'm really truly focusing on is the Battle of Shamir. Sorry if I totally Shamir. Totally if I totally butchered that, but you know me. You should know that by now. I suck at pronunciations. But basically, what this is Taffy 3, which had just 6 escort carriers, which are not, big, heavy carriers like a Lexington or Enterprise or anything like that. They're just carriers that are helping support the fleet, doing recon, spotting submarines, that type of stuff. Then you have 3 destroyers, 3 Fletcher class destroyers, including the Johnson, and 4 escort destroyers. So that's Taffy 3. Very small, right? Nothing, crazy, nothing, no battleships, no heavy cruisers, light cruisers, or anything like that. They go against the 2nd Fleet of Japan, which had 4 battleships. One of them was the Yamato. 6 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, 11 destroyers, and 30 aircrafts from basically kamikazes. Now, we have this battle, right? You have a very, very small task force versus the Yamato and everything else that I just mentioned. You would instantly think that Taffy 3 would pretty much just get wiped to the floor. But surprisingly, they hold their own, and they make the Japanese retreat eventually. They did have to retreat themselves, but they basically did a lot. That is the Fletcher class. To begin with, the Johnson basically started its just YOLO run and did an attack run and launched all of its torpedoes and just was starting to fire like crazy, and also laying down smoke screens. The other Fletcher class destroyers also kind of did the same thing of launching their torpedoes, setting down smoke screens for the escort carriers to escape. Yes, in the end, they did lose 2 escort carriers, but considering what they were going against, it's impressive. There's a lot of debate on why Taffy 3 got away with most of the things, and a lot of it's because we believe, according to historical records, is the Japanese just did not recognize these ships very well, and they were expecting a larger fleet instead of Taffy 3, so they basically were arming themselves with armor piercing. Now, just like in game, armor piercing is going to go right through a destroyer, and so that's kind of the reason why this is such a pivotal moment for the Japanese, is because they were loading armor piercing, and Taffy 3, of course, is launching torpedoes, launching HE, launching heavy armor piercing, because they can actually see that these are heavy cruisers and battleships. So it's just mind-blowing, the technology differences between the two, and the kind of like the communication and information that they have gotten. Once again, the Johnson is kind of the most famous one. She did get hit multiple times, but she did take down help take down 3 heavy cruisers, damage 3 other ones, and make the Yamato help her turn around, basically sell her right back to Tokyo because she did not do much else, just because of the torpedo run and how the Yamato had to avoid these torpedoes. The ship itself battled to the very end. She was damaged multiple times, as I kind of said, and literally it was a front-facing turret that was like literally still firing as the ship was going down. So once again, hats off to all the sailors that died on this, but they were just guts. There was so much guts, so much courage, and that kind of that was like a rallying cry for the rest of the Battle of Le Golfe. But I mean, if the Yamato and this fleet basically just ran over Taffy 3, they could have had flanks on the remaining U.S. fleet, which is not a good thing. If you're a tactician of any type, you would kind of know, oh man, my flank is open, I'm going to be dead. But this small group, Taffy 3, with the Johnson, with Fletcher class destroyers, held off. And so that's why I truly love the history of this. Please feel free to look up History Channel. There was a good history on it, mostly because it was more focused on the Yamato, but it still talks about the Johnson because the Yamato was in this battle, and it does talk about the remaining bit of the Battle of Le Golfe. Le Golfe. Man, I am awful at pronunciation. So with that being said, in-game, as I go on for 7 minutes of building up this epic history, you're like, man, this ship must be amazing in-game. It has its moments. It's got really good guns. It's got the same, U.S. type of characteristics. Its torpedoes are a little bit slower than what you would dream of. But mostly it's your guns. If you are within 6 kilometers of another destroyer, you are going to destroy them for the most part. If they're further away, good luck. Also, if it's the French, we're going to put an asterisk by that because they are so gosh darn fast. So with that being said, they're pretty much the first and original gunboat in the game. And it's starting to show a little bit. There's just, of course, always that power creep of, you got your carriers, you got everything in the world, I feel like, has a radar to detect you. Not really, it's just, the US and the Soviet, but it truly does feel like you're going to be constantly spotted, even though you can get your detection range down to 5.7 with a captain, with a module, and with a camo, which is amazing, but you still get out detected or outspotted by the Yamato, which is what you're going to be mostly facing, most likely, unless you're going against a Kitakaze. But a Kitakaze's detection range is a lot worse than yours, so there's that. It's a good ship. It's just a struggle because I feel like, I don't know why, but out of all the destroyers out there, if you're in a Fletcher, everybody just this is true with all destroyers, but I feel like it's more true with the Fletcher, where everybody just kind of stops and just focuses you down as soon as you're spotted. That's why it's so difficult to get any recording good gameplay of this. I did not last that long. I also feel like in game, the ship is nothing like the historical ship, just purely because you cannot take that much damage. You take a little bit of damage and you're pretty much roasted. Then again, you are targeted by multiple things, and probably also a Smolensk too, if we want to throw that in there. But you just cannot take a lot of damage. You're very weak on that front, which is very troublesome because you want to, you want to get in there, you want to fight, you want to be knife fighting other destroyers, but you can't because you're pretty weak. And then if another cruiser or something like that starts attacking you, then you're kind of doomed. With all that being said, I don't want to scare you guys from this ship. It's still a really good ship. You just have to learn a lot more. I feel like you have to do a lot more in this ship to be good at it. You can see the normal Fletcher players, which that's what I'm going to be considering myself as, or worse Fletcher players. And then you see the top tier Fletcher players, which are knowing when to go into a capture circle, knowing when to use their torpedoes versus their guns. I'm getting there myself. I don't know all the tricks and trades, but I'm getting there. It's just a learning experience. You want to use islands as cover as much as possible. You do not want to go into the capture circle first thing. Once again, there's a life-changing event with destroyers. About tier 6, that's whenever everything that you learned as a destroyer goes out the window. So now, the next thing is, I feel like she needs some type of helper. Some type of buff, maybe. Maybe give her a little bit more HP, because right now I just feel like I get one-shotted too easily, or if I get focused just barely, or sniffed or sneezed at, I pretty much just lose my whole entire life, health-wise. So I wish there was like a little bit of a buff. Yes, you do get a little bit more health whenever you get the updated hull, but I mean, even still, I just feel like, even now that I'm like looking back on my overall history of playing the game, whenever I'm in a different ship, I feel like Fletchers are usually the first ship to die, if I see one. It's just a lot of calculating risk. And like the USS Johnson, you kind of have to have balls of steel and know how to like maneuver yourself, avoid everything, and just do everything that you can to be producing as much credits and XP as you possibly can, while also going down in a ball of flame. Because I feel like you're going to go down in the ball of flame more often than not in this ship, just purely because of what can counter you. There's way too many counters out there, and that's pretty much for all destroyers. But once again, that's my 2 cents. Play her kind of reserved, be a spotter, don't go be aggressive, but you need to know when to turn on the aggression. So about late game, as long as you have some type of support, I think you could play aggressive. And once you do play aggressive, it just mind-blowing how much you can win. But with that being said, I know it was kind of more of a ramble about the Fletcher in general. It's just, the Fletcher, I feel like, it's just all destroyers. It's really hard to say, like, oh, do this, and you win easily. It's just like, do you have support? Cool. Then you could be aggressive. Do you not have support? Just spot. Do you have support and you know that there's other destroyers that can outspot you? Cool. Just be a spotting ship. Do you see a lot of radar? Cool. Go away. It just, you got, there's so many factors that go involved with the playing of a destroyer, which is the most annoying and most difficult thing. Now, with that being said, here are the captain perks for you. Nothing crazy if you've been going down the line of the whole USS destroyer. Woo! I just totally forgot what they were called, didn't I? But basically, nothing super crazy, just the typical stealth, get fires, health, and getting ready for the gearing, pretty much. So you're just kind of prepping yourself for the gearing. You do have great AA defense for the most part. If you're bottom tier, it's not going to be as good against like the tier 10 carriers, but you can survive. So once again, this was kind of more of a video to show you the history and kind of bring to light that the Fletcher class of destroyers are amazing, and I'm super excited about them. The gameplay of it, it's really hard. It's really hard, just so that you guys know. Now, with that being said, hopefully you guys enjoy. Feel free to leave a comment down below on what ship you want to see next, and let me know if you like more of the history side of things or more of the gameplay side of things. I know I need to get better at both, probably, and more editing, but whatever, we'll get there. With that being said, hopefully you guys have a wonderful day, and thanks for watching. Thanks, bye-bye. So you want to captain the Yugumo. Well, do you like torpedoes? Do you like surprising people? And do you like being a sneaky boy or girl? Then the Yugumo is for you. Now, if you're new to my channel, feel free to subscribe, stay notified with the bell icon so that you know when the next time I post a video. With that being said, let's get into it. The history of the Yugumo is pretty short, to be honest with you. It is the leading ship in a class called the Yugumos. It was pretty much the minor improvements from the Kagero. All it was pretty much improved on were pretty much the AA defense, because God knows that Japan did not know that AA defenses would save their lives. So, With that being said, the Yugumo just had improvements to the AA defense, even though it's not shown in wargaming pretty much. But other than that, it's pretty much the identical thing as a Kagero, but just looks a little bit fancier, right? She was created on December 1941, and unfortunately 2 years later, right before her birthday, she was sunk. So, with that being said, let's kind of get into her actual true history. The Yugumos did participate in the Battle of Midway and other major battles, but this Yugumo only was the true Yugumo, the leading carrier of the class, or not carrier, leading destroyer of the class, was pretty much troop transport. A lot of the time, it was just transporting troops from evacuation from getting overrun by the U.S., so most of the time, it was just a troop transport. She did have one battle that we know of. She was in the Battle of, oh my goodness, I'm gonna butcher the crap out of this. Apologize ahead of time. The Battle of Vela Lavava. You just gotta act confident. Moving on. They just made up words, I swear. So that battle, she basically charged U.S. destroyers, just trying to hold off the line so that troops can evacuate. She just took multiple hits from multiple ways, from gunfire, and at least one torpedo from the USS Siegfried. So she sunk pretty fast after she was struck by that torpedo, and with that being said, she is now at the bottom of the ocean, somewhere in time. But the true thing that we're all here for is, what is she like in-game? In-game, she is one of my top 5 favorite ships. I love her to death. There are 2 ways to play with her. You can either go super aggressive or be stealthy boy. I like the stealthy boy, but we'll talk about the aggressive mode right now. What you can do is, you can use the 8-kilometer torpedoes and use the reload booster and have fun. Once again, that is kind of the suicide route, or the very aggressive route. Just don't be afraid to die, pretty much. The biggest problem with that, of course, is you don't have a smoke screen to disappear into. And if another destroyer spots you, they will chase you down because you are not that fast. But once again, it is always fun whenever you have a ship that will do multiple roles. So I've done it every once in a while where I do both the aggressive style and the sneaky boy style. I still prefer the sneaky boy because that's what I do better in. But the aggressive style has its merit, especially if you get a lineup which doesn't have much radar or carriers. Then you're in heaven. You can do a lot of damage. Now, the way I prefer to play her is playing the sneaky boy way, which is having a smoke screen, having the 12.2 kilometer torpedoes, and making sure that I have the stealth, as much stealth as I possibly can, so that I can get her down to 5.5 kilometers on detection. She is very, very good. She is the stealthiest tier 9 in the game. And with that being said, you're going to outspot everybody, which is great as long as they don't have radar or a carrier. So that's the 2 biggest things that you have to be careful of, is if there's a carrier or a radar on the flank that you're on. So you're going to be careful of those US and Soviet radars, because those are just a nightmare. So once again, her biggest downside is her speed. She's not the fastest destroyer, but she is still very sneaky. And her torpedoes are very good. They can pack a quack. Did I really just say quack? Anyways, they can pack quite a punch. Woo, that was hard to say. What I usually like to do is, whenever I know that there's a certain channel or a certain area that battleships and cruisers are going to be coming down, I prefer to just use my torpedoes in that general direction to cause chaos and cause them to show broadside or make them change their direction. That is the best way for me to get, I won't get multiple hits, but it just causes chaos, and it also helps out our team, because then it's going to provide better angles, potentially, for the teammates behind me that I'm spotting for. Now, the biggest thing with the sneaky boy method is you do not go into the cap circle at the beginning of the game, because once again, carriers like to fly their planes over the cap circles, and radar cruisers like to use their radars in the very beginning of the game. So the longer you stay alive and undetected, the more dangerous you become, because you just can pick off low health targets that are all by themselves. Speaking of picking off low health targets, please, for the love of goodness, that is all great, use your guns. I know that they're not the best thing ever. You're not going to beat another destroyer, but if a destroyer's low, or a battleship's low, or a cruiser's low, don't be afraid to use your guns. They pack a powerful punch. It's just they're not the fastest reloading guns in the world. That's what you have to be careful about. If you're going to be gun battling, you got to make sure that you have a higher health pool than whatever you're facing. But use your guns. Use them to set fires. Use them to try to get rid of those damage controls. Then your torpedoes could maybe hit and cause bigger flooding. Just use your guns. It drives me up the wall whenever I see other Shimikaze and Yugumo players that do not use their guns whenever they can, and whenever they're not detected or anything like that. It just sorry. Venting mode is done. I'm off my pedestal, I promise. So, with that being said, the Yugumo is so much fun. It's a very stealthy ship, and because it's super stealthy, I rarely use my smokescreen. I feel like you can get away with it just a little bit better than a lot of other ships, I feel like. So, use your smokescreens wisely. I usually try to use my first one for protection for my cruisers behind me. So I'm a team player, I know, very rare in this game. And I use my other 3 as like a get out of jail free card, because if I get spotted by another destroyer, I'm going to pop my smokescreen and run towards my teammates, so that A, the destroyer won't follow me, B, I just, am safe. I try not to sit in smokescreens too much, because once again, smokescreens are a torpedo magnet and everything magnet, so I only use it whenever I know there's no torpedoes around in the area and I feel comfortable and safe. So that's kind of the general idea of what you want to do in the Yugumo, is whenever you're playing the stealthy boy with the smokescreen. With that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed this. This is, as you can tell by the passion that I have, I love this ship. I do almost 100k damage in her regularly, which I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but at the same time, your own health pool is only 15k, so it's just so much fun. It's so much fun in this ship, and the best part is, this is like one of the few ships that you can totally change styles instantly with a few changes here and there that you don't have to like invest a lot of money into, credits wise, I mean, because all you have to do is switch back over to your 8-kilometer torpedoes and switch over from a smokescreen to a reload booster, and then you have fun. Like, that's the best part. Like, you don't have to change your captain too much. Speaking of the captain, here are the captain perks. As you can tell, just make sure you go stealthy. That's the biggest thing. Get that detection down. Both for the aggressive mode and for the have fun mode. Or, have fun mode is the aggressive mode, sorry. Have fun mode and the stealthy boy mode. So with that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed. Let me know down in the comment section on what ship you want me to do next for the So You Want a Captain series. Also, feel free to subscribe. Click that little bell icon so that you know whenever I post my next So You Want a Captain series, so you don't miss a beat. Also, make sure to check out my Twitch channel. I stream on Sundays, Mondays, and Fridays. With that being said, thank you for watching. Have a wonderful day, and bye-bye! So you want to captain the Yamato. Well, do you like battleships? Do you like being the pride of the Japanese nation? And do you like anime? Then the is for you. Now, if you're new to my channel, please feel free to subscribe. It would mean the world to me, and let's get into it. So, the Yamato was created roughly about, well, it was thought about in the 1930s, but she was actually laid down and commissioned into the 1940s. She has one of the weirdest histories, I would have to say, because I feel like this battleship was created about 10 years or 20 years too late, when basically battleships were phased out and carriers were phased in. And the Japanese should know this because they are the ones that started this whole entire thing of the carrier combat with the attack on Pearl Harbor. But with that being said, let's just focus on the Yamato. She was also part of the Battle of Midway, which was a devastating defeat for the Japanese, but once again, she didn't do too much, because it was basically carrier-on-carrier combat, and her AA defenses did not live up to the task that she wanted to be what she needed, basically. So, unfortunately, she did not help out, and that's why the Japanese lost a ton of carriers. She was mostly the flagship of the Japanese throughout 1942, but she did lose it to her sister ship, the Musashi, took over. But it doesn't really matter too much who was the flagship of the Japanese. It just always constantly changes, you know? The other things about the about the Yamato is she was not present at the Battle of the Philippine Sea, which is kind of sad. She probably could have done something there. It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. But the biggest thing, and the only time that the Yamato actually fired her guns, was at the Battle of Leyte Gulf. With the Battle of Leyte Gulf, she was going against a very, very small task force, and unfortunately, she should have wiped the floor with this like what she was going against compared to what the Japanese had. It's so mind-boggling, and it hurts my head what the heck the Japanese were doing. I think at this point in the war, they were kind of scrambling and were kind of not the most organized in the Navy anymore. But with that being said, basically at the Battle of Leyte Gulf, she took on Taffy 3, and she did fire a couple of shots, but no confirmed deaths by her. She did have to eventually avoid the battle because there was a torpedo strike against her, so she had to turn away. And when she turned away, she basically was disengaged in this battle, and she could not participate any longer. But that's not the end of the Yamato. She did have one more operation, Operation 10 Go. Basically a suicide mission, unfortunately. It was a one-way trip, and basically her goal was to anchor herself / hold the beachhead of Okinawa, just to slow down the U.S. advance. So ultimately, she was trying to get to Okinawa, bombard the beachheads of the U.S., but if all else fails, just run aground and just kind of be a battle station platform that the Japanese could use against the United States. Let's just say she didn't even get halfway there. She was spotted out and was just swarmed by the U.S. carriers. Over 200 aircraft attacked her in some way, shape, or form. With rockets, with torpedoes, with dive bombs. It just bombs. It's crazy how many hits she took. She did eventually peel over, and before she didn't go away quietly, basically. She basically had this huge explosion from her magazines. It was about roughly the 1/3 the size of a atomic bomb on the cloud structure, on how far the cloud went up, which is very impressive for this type of ship, and it just kind of shows you how big this ship was. Also, at this battle, at the Operation 10 Go, you can also see the big flaw with the Yamato. She had no AA defense, basically. And when I say that is basically, why I say that is, she only shot down and confirmed shot down 3 airplanes out of however many, like 200 plus. But whenever her magazine exploded, she had at least 7 of those confirmed because there were 7 planes missing after that explosion. So you're telling me that your AA defense did worse than your ship actually just blowing up and knocking planes out of the sky. That's just crazy. But for some reason, in the year 2199, she was then reused again with this magical technology called, let me make sure if I get this right, a wave motion energy. And this wave motion energy became a wave motion gun, which is this huge hyperpower particle beam. And she had shields and everything and was, oh, wait, what? What am I looking at? Oh, this is an anime. I'm sorry. but yes, probably one of the most popular anime series about her, which also probably kicked off Gundam and everything else, was because of Spaceship Battleship Yamato. They needed to put the title around better, but, you know, she became a spaceship battleship, which is pretty cool, not gonna lie. And it's also got one of the best theme songs in the world, let's just agree to that. So now, in-game, she is the crown jewel of wargaming. As you probably could tell, she's always been the crown jewel, because she's the only truly true historical ship that has these huge guns. I'm not looking at you at all, Kremlin, fakey. But she is one of the most impressive battleships that was ever created, even though she was, you know, outdated by the time she became powerful. In game, you basically want to, it's kind of weird, you kind of want to start out at the very edge of your, we're going to do that again. In game, you basically want to stay as far away as possible. I know that sounds awful, but you're a huge target, and you're also going to be detected pretty easily because you're just so large, and a lot of people want to shoot at you, and you're easy to hit. I'm going to just say, you have so much displacement, that's the reason why. People just are able to hit you better than if they're aiming at a destroyer, just going to be honest. So you want to work your way slowly into the map. You need to know when to push up and when to support your team. You can brawl as a Yamato because you have a lot of health, but it doesn't mean that you should be doing it all the time. You want to use your guns to the maximum potential and just keep constantly using them. And that's the biggest part of this ship. It is literally her guns. Her guns make her her. I'm shocker, right? They're amazing guns. They have relatively good reload speed. You know, dispersion's not too bad. Basically, the only downside to her is just her turret rotation, which is okay. It's not as bad as it once was, but it's gotten better. But once again, the hardest part about you is your rudder shift time and just the size of you. So you're gotta be a very pay attention to like the map just to make sure that you aren't gonna get hit by torpedoes or present broadside to somebody. Because even though you don't have, like, you have a lot of armor, but you have such a wide and large citadel, a lot of people want to hit you whenever they can, especially you're the Yamato. That's typically what people want to do, is get those ships out of the game as soon as possible, because they know how much damage a Yamato can do in a game, and it's very impressive. The other thing that you're going to be kind of struggling against is if you go against tier 10 carriers. That's just purely because, one, who knows how AA defense works? Just kidding, we all somewhat know. Not really. And the other thing, too, with the Yamato is that she has short range AA defense. It's not going to be very long range, and so basically most of the time a carrier can get off at least one strike against you. Yes, you have a lot of health to tank it, but if it's like a dire need or at the end of the game where you're just trying to survive, it's not looking good for you. Just like her historical counterpart, the in-game counterpart says AA sucks for you, so sorry about you. Stick close to a cruiser, I guess, that has good, decent AA. But with that being said, AA is still just AA. It's not very reliable either way. So with that being said, you kind of want to position yourself on the map. You just need to know your maps at tier 10. And you just slowly want to move from maybe like an island to island type of mentality. Or you can just keep constantly going at full speed at the back of the map. It's just kind of up to you and your playstyle. Now I will say this one thing, which is really good for the Yamato. I say this kind of 50-50. I'm on the fence on this one, but this is like the one ship that you don't need a full 19-point captain. I feel like you may need a 10-point captain, but I don't feel like you don't need a full 19-point captain. And here's the captain perks as I'm talking about that I highly recommend. I mean, it's nice to have a good turret rotation and have adrenaline rush, but your tier 4 perks are okay. They're not going to help you out extremely. I mean, you're a Yamato, you're going to be spotted from outer space, but if you can reduce it, yeah, that's great. Yeah, you can reduce the fires on you, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen, unfortunately, because you're just the Yamato, and you have wood on the deck, so it makes sense. But with that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed this on the ship of the Yamato. I made it to roughly about 500 subscribers, so this is why I wanted to do this big bad boy right here. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Let me know down in the comments section down below on what you want to see next on the So You Want a Captain series. And if you're new to my channel, thank you for sticking to the end. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and the bell icon so that you know when the next So You Want a Captain series comes on. With that being said, have a wonderful day. Thanks, bye-bye. So you want to captain the Fuso. Well, do you like large guns? Do you like memes? And do you like large coning towers? Then the Fuso is for you. Make sure to subscribe to stay notified whenever I post a new video down below. And let's get into it. The history of the Fuso is kind of interesting. She was commissioned in 1915 and was a part of World War I, but it was just mostly going to be patrols, nothing crazy going on. She didn't have too much. The next greatest thing that she did was assist survivors in the Great Kanto earthquake that happened. Other than that, her early life was pretty boring and nothing to, talk about. She did get 2 modernization refits in 1930 and 1940s, basically to improve her armor and, surprisingly, to improve AA defense. The problem with the Fuso was she could not keep up with the main fleet in World War II, the main carrier fleet, so she was eventually kind of put into a training regiment ship, so they kind of slightly decommissioned her a little bit, but then as Japanese was kind of losing ships left, right, and center, she was put into action again. One idea was to load up army men on the ship and beach her at one of the islands to be a fort. This would also be kind of like the reason they thought of this method for the Yamato at the closing ends of the war too. But she did eventually partake in the Battle of the Sargate Strait, aka also known as the Battle of Leyte Gulf. So she was in that. The problem is there's not really good historical accounts because there's only 10 survivors from the Fuso, because the Fuso was sunk at the Battle of Sargate Strait. There are claims that she got hit by 1 torpedo, claims that she got hit by 2 torpedoes, she got broken in half, she was a flood. There's a lot of different accounts, but basically she took a couple of torpedo hits during this battle and sunk. And once again, only 10 survivors made it back to Japan, which is a crazy thing. In game though, she is a world of fun. She's got a lot of guns, so use them as much as possible. But that's the other thing too. Whenever you use them, you're going to be showing a lot of broadside, so you've got to be mindful of always changing course and speed throughout the whole entire match. If you don't, you're going to be in a lot of pain. But you can also give a lot of pain to other ships that are also doing the exact same thing. A lot of new Fuso captains do drive in a straight line, and that's going to be your easiest target, is another Fuso captain. But you're going to struggle a little bit with higher tiers. I mean, you'll still do okay. Don't get me wrong. You have potential where you're going to struggle because the ideal thing for this ship is to play her at a distance. This is not a brawling battleship. Yes, she has a lot of health, but she does not have a great set of armor. With that being said, because of that armor or lacking of armor, you want to be basically kind of sniping. You do have the longest range of any tier 6 battleships, so use it to your advantage. Do a combination of HE and armor piercing. I prefer armor piercing still over anything else with her, because once they hit and you hit good penetrations, you're good to go. You're going to be, if a battleship's angling at you, use HE. With that being said, I already alluded to it. She's going to be a far away ship, so make sure you're kind of still taking cover so that you're not getting shot from all over the world. But if it's towards the end of the game, yes, you can brawl with other battleships. It's gonna be kind of depending on how much health you have. If you take Superintendent, you're gonna get a lot of health charges, which can particularly save you and heal you up, depending as long as you haven't taken that many armor-piercing shots. So, hopefully you're just taking HE hits and getting set on fire, and basically that's what you're gonna be healing yourself with. So, also with that, her AA defense sucks. You need to make friends with the cruisers, especially the U.S. cruisers, so that they can help defend you off against any AA or any aircraft attack against you. You're surprisingly really weak against armor-piercing bombs. Your deck armor is not the best, and you do get a lot of citadels, surprisingly. Your torpedo belt will be okay against any torpedo dive bombers or torpedo bombers. It's just the dive bombers are the thing that's gonna really hurt you, and hopefully you make best friends with other cruisers, because your AA defense, not existent. But with that being said, as I kind of already alluded to, you want to keep moving, changing course and speed, because you do not have the best torpedo boat ever, or torpedo reduction. It's okay, it's not the best. You can do better, that's for sure. Now, with that being said, hopefully you guys can kind of see why I truly do enjoy this ship. It's kind of like one of those good credit tiers, where you're at tier 6, you're not too overpowered, or there's not too much overpowered things in the game, and you can get really good on your credit scores, especially now with the new update where you can put 200 flags on a ship almost. You can easily get about an average of 500k to 600k, depending on how you play. I'm, of course, excluding you dying instantly in the game. Now, with the captain perks are pretty much anything typical that you're trying to just go for a Yamato. I say tier 4 is up in the air. Yes, the fire prevention is very helpful, but I also feel like you want more of a location, radio positioning finding, or even concealment expert, because your ship is going to be detected no matter what. That's kind of like the trade of being able to shoot very far away, is you cannot stealth shoot, and you're also detected at further ranges. So you could potentially go concealment expert. It just kind of depends on your playstyle. Tier 4... A tier 4 captain perk, I don't know. It's more of, are you planning to keep this captain on your Fuso, or are you going to be training this captain for the Yamato? Because if it's going to be the Yamato, you want to go a different route. See video here about that, or check the video at the end of the playlist of the Yamato. But with that being said, pretty much, she's a fun little ship. Just don't show off broadside, or you're going to be in a load of danger and trouble. And overall, she's a good overall ship. Nothing crazy about her, nothing overpowered about her, nothing overcrept about her. She is going to be staying where she's at for a long time. So, with that being said, that's a So You Want a Captain series on the Fuso. Hopefully you guys enjoy. Please make sure to check out the playlist below on the other So You Want a Captain series. And with that being said, thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Stalingrad. Well, do you like damage? Do you like having one of the rarer ships in the game because of steel? Do you like also having one of the most overpowered ships in the game? Well, then the Stalingrad is for you. And if you are new to my channel, please feel free to subscribe down below. It will mean the world to me, and you'll stay notified whenever I post the next So You Want a Captain series. Let's get into it. So the Stalingrad's history is... it's there, but it's not really there. She was conceived or thought up and blueprinted after World War II. Nothing really went on because there was a lot of protest against basically having a heavy cruiser, because they saw basically what happened to the American Alaskas and saw that they were not very efficient, but they still wanted to provide, Stalin a special ship just for him, hence the name Stalingrad. So construction eventually started in 1951, planning to be done before the October Revolution anniversary in 1953, the late 1953. But there was one slight issue. There was delays whenever they were basically building the ship, so she was already behind on schedule. And then Stalin died in March 1953. As soon as he died, it basically became a canceled program because the ship was all dedicated towards him, and there wasn't really going to be any use in the Navy for the Stalingrad at the current configuration. So basically, she's completed about 70% of the way there, and then she basically turned into a giant target practice for the most of her rest of her quote-unquote career. So the Stalingrad really didn't do too much. That's pretty much her history. Now, in-game, she's probably one of the rarer ships that you'll see in-game. And the reason why is it just costs so much steel, and you gotta play a lot of ranked battles to get steel, and so on and so forth. So she's kind of a rarer ship, and if you see somebody having that, they probably are decently good, or they've been grinding forever and ever. One of the two. But with that being said, she is a very powerful ship, especially if you know and play to her particular perks or traits. And her perks or traits are basically her guns. Her guns are amazing. They're accurate. There is no, they're going to, where you aim them is basically where the guns are, and the shells are going to go, which are amazing. So the AP shells are amazing. They will just shred through anything. Now your HE shells, they're not going to be good unless you're going to be a troll and go with like a full fire captain, which don't do. Please do not do in this ship. But you can if you really, 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 really wanted to. Her HE shells are not that great. They're pretty much ineffective. So pretty much you're going to be using AP though most of the time, if not all the time. She is one of the better ships on speed and also has a larger hit point value than any cruiser, but the also problem is she's not as maneuverable as other cruisers. So you I feel like you're like a battle cruiser, and you have a really bad detection range. So that's kind of like all the quote-unquote negativities for her is she's very detectable, HE sucks, and one last thing is she kind of has like a higher citadel than most cruisers, so brawling can be very much of a challenge, but at the same time, still, this is a very powerful ship, and she's very good at like anchoring. So if you want to like hold the west in and then progressively move west or east or whatever you want to do, or just hold down a particular point, you're going to be great at that. You don't charge in. You're going to be sniping. You're going to be trying to, find broadsides of both battleships and cruisers. That's pretty much your two big targets are going to be battleships and cruisers. You'll be okay against, carriers. You have decent AA, but, AA defense is non-really existent, and it's dumb. Let's just say it as it is. Carriers are dumb. But you're going to kind of struggle against destroyers just purely because you have a 12-second reload, which doesn't seem like a lot, but, if they're charging down on you and you just happen to make a mistake of your positioning was too far forward, you may end up dying relatively easy. But for the most part, you shouldn't ever have that type of situation. Plus, you have an amazing Russian radar. So it's just like there should be no situation where a DD sneaks up on you unless it's like late game and you don't have much and, it's late game. But for the most part, your main targets are going to be cruisers, especially cruisers that are going to be broadside because you're going to be hitting citadels for days. This ship, I cannot believe how many citadels it can get in the game. It's pretty ridiculous, and I feel like that's the reason why people look for her, especially in ranked battle or in those clan battles or the King of the Sea battles. You see a lot of Stalingrads because she's just so powerful, so good, and there's not really cons with her. I mean, yeah, her detection range sucks, but you can still, get it down with certain modules. Yeah, your HE sucks, but why are you using the HE? Armor piercing is going to do way more damage than anything else. So it's just, this ship is really, really good. And if you ever, see your steel, have a lot of steel, and you happen to have a coupon maybe, one day you can get her. I would highly recommend her. She is very much worth it. She's probably one of the most overpowered ships in the game, but you don't see a lot of her because it's, you know, a steel ship, so not a lot of players will have access to her. If she was like a coal ship, I could see her being kind of just like the Smolensk and eventually getting out of there, out of the armory, but nah, it's steel. She's going to be in there for quite some time, and it's going to be a challenge to ever get her. But with that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed this. It was kind of a shorter one because there's not too much history on the Stalingrad, unfortunately. And if you like this content, make sure to subscribe. I also stream on Monday, Friday, and Sundays. Links are down below, of course, if you are interested in that. And with that being said, thanks for watching and have a wonderful day. Thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Admiral Hipper. Well, do you like ships named after famous people? Do you like citadels? And do you like an underrated pick? Then the Admiral Hipper is for you. And if you are new to my channel, please feel free to subscribe. It will mean the world to me. Also, that we will have the So You Want to Captain series in the playlist so that you can check out the remaining of our series. And with that, let's begin. The history of the Admiral Hipper is kind of... It's a class of ships, so it's always good, but the overall actual true Admiral Hipper is kinda okay. It's better than the other two. So there's 4 ships in the class. 2 of the ships died pretty much instantly and have horrible history. And the Hipper doesn't have that good of luck. The only ship in this class that was really good luck was the Prince Eugen, which is a totally different video, and we can always make that later. Let me know down in the comment section if you'd like to see that. But the Admiral Hipper itself, yeah, she was just trying to make it out to the Atlantic Ocean to basically kill and destroy merchant shipping. It kind of worked. I mean, you have one time where she sunk the British destroyer HMS Glowworm. You got some more out. She was always outnumbered, and that's the problem with Germany. Is Germany's not really next to the Atlantic Ocean. There's a lot of maneuvering and straits and everything to get to the Atlantic Ocean, so they don't really have the best navy, or the best positioning for the navy. I mean, overall, like, if these ships would have been commissioned and had, like, better positioning, I'm sure we would be talking about a different story. But where they're currently located in Germany, it's not the best ports, I would say. So, because of this, and because of the location and the Battle of the Barents Sea that the Admiral Hipper participated in, where she, you know, destroyed a couple of destroyers and a minesweeper, but she had to run away because 2 light cruisers from the British were chasing her down and caused damage to her. And because of that battle, Adolf Hitler almost just totally said goodbye to the whole entire Navy. Surface Navy. He loved his submarines, but he hated the surface fleet. But luckily, some of his naval officers were able to convince Adolf that they still need those ships because, yeah, subs are great, but, you know, there's not enough presence, if that makes sense, as like a surface fleet can have. So because of the damage that it got caused on the Battle of Barents Sea, she had to return back to port, and basically that's where she lived the rest of her life. That is the Admiral Hipper. Nothing crazy went on. She got scuttled, and then she was bombed by the Royal Air Force. So that's pretty much her life. She didn't really do too much, and she just kind of chilled for the war because Adolf wasn't going to put resources into a broken ship, basically. Now, in game, this ship is, it's just weird. It's a very under the radar pick, in my opinion. I don't feel like I see too many of these ships in game. I feel like everybody's still going down like other lines. Like, new players are still going down the US line. Experienced players are now probably doing, you know, waiting for the new Russian cruisers, so they're trying to do all their Russian cruiser missions and everything like that. So I feel like this is just kind of under the radar. kind of like just like the most of the German tech tree. It's just kind of way under the underpowered. They all have the same characteristics of they do better up close and personal, but most of the time you don't get that too close to any ship. Now, let's talk about the actual Admiral Hipper instead of just talking about the actual tech tree, right? So the Admiral Hipper has really good range, but then has it doesn't have the best deck armor, so you can get over penetrations and citadels and all that type of stuff. Yes, I know they updated the deck armor for all cruisers. I haven't tested it out, but this was before that, so I'm gonna say it probably still has the same issues of where if it's dealing with plunging fire against itself, it's gonna be in a world of hurt. But up close, she does a little bit better, and basically she has turtle black armor, kind of like all German battleships and cruisers pretty much have, so it's a hard nut to crack, basically. You do have torpedoes. They're okay. I mean, they're good damage-wise, but the range is not that great, and you're kind of doing like a suicide mission if you're even that close to be shooting off these torpedoes, and I would not recommend it. So this is the weird thing with this ship. You're like great, or you're good at long distances. You're good at short distances because of your armor. Medium range, you're, decent. You have a large health, you have like one of the largest health pools at this tier, at tier 8. So it's just overall, it's just a very okay ship and very decent ship. Yes, you can do great, and also you have the hydro search, which helps a bunch because German has to kind of get close anyways, so hydro to make sure that you don't run into torpedoes, really helpful. But overall, like, this ship is under the radar type of thing. I would like to see it maybe get a little bit of a buff. I don't know if it's gonna be too powerful if that happens. That's just the weird thing with this whole entire tech tree is, like, of the German cruisers, it's just like, alright, if we improve it by that much, it'd be too powerful. If we don't improve it by that much, it's gonna be meh. So right now we're in the meh stage, and I don't think they're gonna be touching it because why would they? Why do they need to? It's not broken, and for the most part, I think it's fine. People are still trying to get to the tier 10 anyways. So with that being said, let's pull up the captain perks real fast. It's nothing too crazy out of the normal. For the most part, I feel like it's just a normal, cruiser line. Yeah, you could go HE, more likely to, cause ships to be on fire. That does help a little bit, but maybe your tier 3 perks don't really matter too much, unfortunately, and then from there, you just want to be not detected whatsoever. So, with that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed. Let me know what ship you want to see next in my So You Want a Captain series. And also, I'm going to be doing a new series pretty soon on a different game, so wish me luck in that endeavor. And with that being said, thanks for watching and have a wonderful day. Thanks, bye-bye. So you want to captain the Zao. Well, do you like kiting? Do you like one of the original ships in the game? And do you like being dominant? Then the Zao is for you. Make sure to subscribe to me. It would mean the world to me, because once we hit 1,000 subscribers, we're going to do a 24-hour stream with some giveaways on that stream. I will make sure to let you guys know. If you are subscribed, you'll definitely be in the know. Now, let's begin. The history of the Zao is not really one. There's not really much on her. Basically, she was paper design back in 1941, but because of the war effort and just not enough resources, the Zao wasn't truly built. But we didn't really have too many blueprints on her. There was one original document at the end of the war that we were able to find, because Japan was notorious for destroying their naval documents, but we did manage to find one about the Zao. There's basically not a whole lot on it, but there was basically 4 points that they wanted this new cruiser to do, and that was basically to resist a 500 kilogram bomb hit to decks or turret, to be able to shoot shots over 15 to 25 kilometers away, have a top speed of 35 knots, and be armed with about 4 triple turrets. So it kind of looks like a modern Alaska, almost, it kind of sounds like, but once again, it's kind of too hard to tell with just, 4 bulletin points and no actual ship design. So that's pretty much it on the history of the Zao. It would be kind of cool to see this in real life, but once again, World War II happened, and Japan just didn't have enough resources to be producing new ships like this, because it's probably going to use a lot of resources, and a lot of their resources were already going to the Yamato. And if you haven't seen, there's a So You Want a Captain series on the Yamato, link right here. Now, in game for the Zao. Zao is probably the most entertaining and most fun ships out there for anybody that loves cruisers. She's a very dominant ship. There's 2 types of captains with the Zao. There's a very, very good captain and a very bad captain. And we're going to be describing the good captain for you. So the Zao, really her ability or her specialty is basically firing shots on her terms. She's got a ridiculously low detection range, and her guns go well past it. So that's kind of like her goodness, I guess you can say. Or specialty. There we go, specialty. So basically, you want to be choosing your engagements with your guns. They're really powerful. They hit very hard, both your HE and armor piercing. And your HE has a 19% chance of causing fires. Of course, you can put on Captain Perks to make it go up to 21%, so you'll be setting fires. If you don't set a fire, it's kind of disappointing, I feel like, sometimes, but she's a very good fire starter as well. She's a very good kiter, so that means you're just engaging, disengaging, engaging, disengaging, so you're always going to be kind of towards the back of the map, unfortunately. It's not the most exciting playstyle sometimes, but you get to decide when you want to engage, and that's what you truly need to do, because your armor is not the greatest. Your gun turret's turning is not the best either. So it's just, that's what you have to do, is pick and choose and have good gun discipline to fire whenever it's a truly good shot. So once again, you don't want to go brawling with anybody, because you got a pretty obvious citadel, and also your guns take forever to reload, and they don't turn that very fast. So it's like pretty much you're a battleship. You're like a battle cruiser, basically. The other thing, too, that's really good about the Zao is that she's got torpedoes. She's got 12-kilometer torpedoes. That's the ones I suggest you use. They are amazing. You can stealth fire them, too, because you can be technically detected at 10.5, and they can be launched at 12. So use those to your advantage, but whatever you do, please don't fire them in front of your destroyers. As a destroyer captain, I don't know how many times I've lost count, but I've been hit by so many of my Zao captains on my team by their torpedoes, because they're not paying attention. So please pay attention when you fire those things. Yes, you have 12 kilometers. Yes, you're probably not used to firing torpedoes, but Jesus, please pay attention to your teammates. I don't know why. Any other ships, I don't really see it that much, but I've been hit by Zaos all the time, and they just don't pay attention. They probably just see a battleship and they go, ooh, I can hit him now, and boom, there goes my destroyer. That's usually what happens. But once again, your torpedoes are pretty good, and it's really good for kiting. I'm going to be using a League of Legends reference right now, but basically you don't want to chase a Zao, just like you don't want to chase Sting. Singe. I got it. I promise. I have played League of Legends before. It's been a while. Singe. You don't want to chase him, because he has a big old smoke screen and it basically kills you. That's kind of his whole entire thing. Same thing with Zao. It's got guns. It will angle, and then it fires its torpedoes at you. So you don't want to chase it. And then, of course, it goes into stealth mode. So this ship is really good. I feel like it's very dominating ship. I just feel like there's, once again, 2 types of captains. People that don't know how to play the Zao, and people that do. And once you go against somebody that knows how to play the Zao, it's scary. It's very scary. Because it's just a bunch of kiting. Because once again, if you fire, then you go undetected, you go relocate, and then you fire again. That's like the best part, because you just keep your enemy on their toes. Once again, the weak side of her is gun suck. She's got no HP. She's got like the lowest HP of any cruisers in the game, and basically she's pretty easy to hit, because for her to fire all of her guns, she's got to show a lot of broadside. Now, let's go over the captain perks real fast. Nothing too crazy. Depending on which route you want to go first, I would say demolition expert if you want to set more fires, or go superintendent, just to have a few more abilities. Nothing crazy. You could also go with survivability expert just to give you a little bit more health, but the most important thing that you absolutely need is the concealment expert, just because that just helps you with that stealth firing stuff that you have. Other than that, you can go crazy on her. There's nothing too bad on her. You just want to be stealthy. But with that being said, that's the Zao. Let me know in the comment section what you want to see next on my So You Want a Captain series. And reminder, once we hit 1,000 subscribers, we'll have a 24-hour stream. I'm going to be doing it both on Twitch and probably on YouTube, so make sure you pay attention there. I probably need some sleep, that's for sure. With that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed. Have a wonderful day, and thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Massachusetts. Well, do you like secondaries? Do you like museum ships? And do you like to have fun? Then the Massachusetts is for you. Now, if you're new to my channel, feel free to subscribe. It will mean the world to me, and that means you won't miss the next So You Want a Captain series. And let's begin. The history of the Massachusetts is pretty long-ish, kind of uneventful. It's got little bumps here and there where it's actually entertaining. But of course, Wargaming did the whole Naval Legends video a lot better than I can, so for time's sakes, we're just going to touch the highlights, so here we go. So the ship was commissioned in May 12th, 1942, and basically as soon as she was commissioned, she was sent over to North Africa. Basically, she took on the Vinci forces for the Battle of Casablanca. Basically, the big note there was it was the Massachusetts versus the Jean Bart. The Jean Bart was not completed yet. It was basically had a couple of turrets operational, not everything functional. She was basically anchored in Casablanca harbor. And then the Massachusetts just kept hurling shots at the French and basically took down the Jean Bart, disabling her. Basically, where we were able to take the Jean Bart back over to the U.S. and have her repaired and, you know, be able to use her. But that was her early career. That was kind of like the super highlights of it, because then she goes over to the Pacific Campaign. And the problem with the Pacific Campaign, of course, is it's all about the carriers. There's no battleships, really. There's not really that many battleship fights. So for the most part, once she joined the Pacific Campaign, she was doing a bunch of shore bombardments, protecting of convoys, and protecting the carrier. She did get refitted about halfway through the war. That's just to basically add more guns for her AA defense, which is always good. And basically, she was a part of the Battle of Leyte Gulf, but she didn't have like a big, big role in it. She was just a support, basically supporting the fleet. Nothing crazy about her, but of course, Battle of Leyte Gulf, Taffy 3, that's a whole different story. Covered that in my Fletcher series, so make sure you check out that. Here's a plug right here. And basically, the last thing about this ship is she did fire her last 16. She fired the last 16-inch shell of World War II. Whenever she was bombarding the, facilities around Hiroshima. Oh my goodness, I am sorry if I mispronounced that, but Hiroshima. And then basically, she was eventually turned into a museum ship, which you can still visit today. It's probably one of the cooler things I've ever seen, and I'm so glad that Wargaming did a Naval Legends on her so that you can see all the cool stuff about her. Highly recommend checking her out if you can. So, in game, the Massachusetts is this kind of weird blend between the Alabama and North Carolina, and it's this beautiful blend together that just makes her so much fun. I have to say it. She has really good AA defense, which is saying something ish, maybe. I don't know. AA doesn't exist in this game, to be honest with you, I feel like. And then also she has amazing secondary gun arrangement if you want to go the secondary build, which is most preferred build, and it's the most fun build, to be honest with you. Her secondaries are immensely powerful on range, that most ships can't touch you back on secondaries, and they don't do a lot of damage, but they're, got the range and got the fire ability of it, or fire reload ability, so fast reloads. That was a word, I know. So that's always good. She's got good torpedo protection. Not as good as, the protection of the Alabama, but she's like, once again, this weird blend between the Alabama and the North Carolina. The guns are going to be like the North Carolina. So if you're used to the North Carolina guns where they're kind of stay in the air for a while and you have to lead your targets a lot further than normal, then you're going to be pretty much right at home with the Massachusetts. Once again, the only downside to her is her dispersion's kind of pretty bad. It can be really bad at times, and you're just like, where are those shots going? But for the most part, her gun handling themselves are really good. Like, the turrets rotate pretty fast. Everything about the ship is pretty overall average. Like, everything's good. Everything counteracts to each other. She probably will not ever have to deal with like a buff or a nerf anytime soon. She's just one of those rare ships in the game that's really, overall not overpowered and not underpowered. She's just perfect where she's at. She's balanced. They balance the ship. So, once again, her big aspects are her secondary guns. Main guns are still fun and usable. She can turn pretty well. Her turning sucks, but she's, still faster than what most people are used to on lower tier US battleships, so that always helps. And she's just overall, just a good average ship. And I'm so glad that Wargaming has at least brought her into the game, did a huge video, a Naval Legends on her and everything. And so her legacy can still continue, and it continues outside so that you can visit that museum. That's the part I really think is the best part about this game, is it brings light to historical monuments, museums, anything history-wise, and preserves it. So these, their YouTube video is going to be up there forever, and you basically can, watch the history of it, see the men that served on this ship, and just see the overall history. And that's why I love this ship. It's got history. It's got, nothing broken on her. I would probably recommend buying her. Now, I will throw in a little catch. This is the last point too. Basically, here are the captain perks. And now, the captain perks on her, you build her basically, if you're playing just this ship and this captain just for this ship, you want to go secondary build. It's a lot of fun. It's a glorious time. Now, if you're trying to put another captain in there for your Iowa and or Montana, you probably don't want to go down the secondary route. You probably want detection and some other stuff here and there. Because the Iowa and Montana aren't as good secondary ships as the Massachusetts. So you just have to be careful with what captains you use, and you don't want to just accidentally choose a perk that you will never use. So just be careful whenever you're using her to grind your captains up. But she is a great ship to get credits on, a great ship to get captain experience. This is probably the best tier for her, and to be honest with you, it's probably one of the better ships that is just underrated, because there's always something broken in the game at the moment of time. But at this tier, she's probably one of the top win percentages, and just overall one of the more fun ships to play. I've never not had fun playing with her, except whenever, you get BS'd on, or, airplanes. But, you got AA defense, you're going to be good. But with that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed. Please feel free to subscribe to my channel so that you don't miss out on the next So You Want a Captain series. Let me know down in the comment sections what you want to see next. This video right here was based off of you guys, so just make sure you put down what you want to see next and I'll do it for you. And with that, I think I covered everything, so... Oh, one last thing. Sorry, I just go on and on. Once we hit 1,000 subscribers, we're going to do a 24-hour stream, so make sure to also follow my Twitter account, because I'll let you know the day and time that we'll start that 24-hour stream. We're going to be doing it both on Twitch and YouTube, so you can choose whichever platform you like. And with that being said, now I'm done. Have a wonderful day, everyone, and thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Warspite. Well, do you like history? Do you like being the pride of the Royal Navy? And do you like tea? Well then, the Warspite is for you. And if you're new to my channel, please feel free to subscribe. It will mean the world to me, and you'll stay up to date whenever I post the next So You Want a Captain series. Let's get into the Warspite. Now, the history of the Warspite... Oh boy, it's a long one, and I'm not going to cover everything. If I did, it would probably take me roughly an hour, probably, no doubt. I'm being no joke whatsoever. That's how long in service she's been, and how awesome she is, and what she means to, you know, the Royal Navy. She is probably the pride of the Royal Navy. So, let's start getting into her. She was commissioned on March 8, 1915, and she's got a lovely history of always running into something. She runs aground, she runs into other ships, she runs into mines. There's just a lot with her, which is always funny, to be honest with you. So this is just a running gag with the Warspite, is that she just runs into things. So that's the first thing I wanted to throw out there. Her first actual action was in 1915 because of World War I, and she was participating in the Battle of Jutland. During this battle, she didn't take a lot of hits at the beginning. She was dealing a lot of damage, but then finally there was a hit to the rudder, and so she got stuck, and she kept making circles. She had to make 2 circles because the captain said, nope, I'm not stopping, and it's too dangerous, so might as well keep moving and making us a harder target to hit, which was a great idea. But she did, unfortunately, she did get hit a lot. One of the shells even hit the bread room that was in the Warspite, and one of the bread bagels things, I don't know, hit a couple of people, and everybody thought that German was firing loaves of bread at them. So that's kind of a little funny story of her. But yes, she survived the Battle of Jutland. It just took her a while to get out of it because of her rudder. And they've been trying to at least repair her in any way, shape, or form, but she always had rudder issues in World War I. And she often served as the flagship during World War I. So that's kind of the brief, once again, super brief history of the World War I. So in World War II, she got a refit. She got everything done with that. She mostly was shore bombardment protection, but she does have some battles here and there where she has the longest recorded battleship to battleship shot between herself and the Julius Caesar of the Italian battleships, sorry, while they were fighting in Italy, or in the Mediterranean, sorry. She also took on damage from she took on 1, but 3 guided missile bombs that German fired at her. She only took 1 of them. The other 2 was a miss, and then a near miss, which did some damage, and then actual damage to her. So because of that damage, she had to go back to the UK to get repairs. Unfortunately, she didn't get everything repaired before the landings of Normandy, but she still was participating in it because they needed every single gun ever. So she took part of the landings of Normandy with 3 turrets instead of 4 because of that damage that she received. But she fired a lot of shells, and whenever I say a lot of shells, she fired her whole entire ammunition, went back to UK, reloaded, came back, fired some more. Fired all of them. And because of all that constant firing, her rifle barrels were not very good anymore because of how much she fired. So she, after the landings in Normandy, she had to get refit again. So she, was always part of war bombardments and protection of fleet. I mean, she didn't do a whole lot after that. I mean, there's still, some stories here and there where she participated in the Mediterranean Sea. But for the most part, her story pretty much ends at 1943. So she was supposed to help out the U.S. fighting the Japanese in the Pacific, but she just needed so much refit and so much damage that they couldn't fully repair her in time. So with that, where she was at that moment in time, they thought about making her a museum ship, which is probably what they should have done with this ship, because she is probably the pride and the grand old lady of the Royal Navy, and it would have been so cool to go visit her today if she was still around. But unfortunately, they decided to do scrapped with her. But the Warspite didn't want to go to the scrapyard, at least not willingly. So then basically what happened was, while she was on her way to the scrapyard, her tow cable snapped, and then she ran aground in a cove, and that's where she pretty much ended up at, where there was a lot of attempts to try to get her out of there, but it just wasn't gonna happen whatsoever, because it was just how that cove was, and the Warspite just didn't want to go to the scrapyard. But that's kind of like this kind of sad story of the Warspite. Super amazing ship, a lot more history. If you want to do more, want to learn more, there's other videos out there on YouTube, and of course you always have museums that you can go check out. But what is she like in game? Well, in game, she kind of lives up to her history. She can take a hit, that is for sure. She's pretty excellent on basically health-wise. Her guns are pretty good with the basically accuracy of them. So they're always pretty good and powerful guns. The HE part of them aren't as good as like higher tier UK battleships on HE's penetration, but still gets the job done. She's got pretty stealthy for a tier 6 battleships. Decent speed. She's faster than US. That's all that matters, right? Because US is too slow for me. Maneuverability is a little dicey. Not the best maneuverability, but it's alright. It does take her a little bit of time to get to her top speed, but once she gets there, she at least has a good top speed, but it just, once again, takes her a little bit of time. The other downside to her is that she has few barrels, one of the fewest barrels in battleships at tier 6, which is okay, but you have to also kind of, if you want to fire all your guns, you do have to present a lot of broadside. And then the other part about her is her turrets are the slowest things ever, it feels like. They just take forever for them to fully rotate if you need them to, so don't try to get into close engagements, basically, is what I'm saying. Her secondary and her AA are kind of, they're there. her secondary and AA are there. They're just not the best. Let's just say you're not going to be getting amazing secondary hits on things, but you can be a troll and go down the secondary build if you absolutely want to. I would not recommend it, but I mean, it works. It still works. I mean, it's still, it's still viable to go secondary for her. It's just, overall, it's average. It's not like the best thing ever, but it's average. So the most part for this ship, you want to be about medium range, which is about 9 kilometers to 12 kilometers. Unfortunately, you don't have a very good range on your guns. You only have 16.3 range on them, and your spotter aircraft takes forever to come back, so you can only extend it so much, basically, is what I'm saying. So she's basically a medium range battleship. She does really, really well in it, and because she has really good armor and that type of stuff and health for it, that's the reason why she's just decent and great at being medium range. Overall, I mean, she's just an overall very, good ship. I wouldn't say she's overpowered. Like, you never see anybody complaining on the forums about her. So that's like a good thing, right? The biggest thing for me, though, is, once again, this is another ship that Wargaming has brought into the game, and it's just bringing the history of her and making it known to generations and generations that probably don't have, like, a decent history channel that just wants to do reality TV shows. But if you're super excited about history, this is the ship for you. She's very, very pretty. I'm not gonna lie. She's one of the prettier battleships in the game. I may be a little bit biased, but I think she's pretty. But once again, I really wish that they wouldn't have scrapped her, but we have World of Warships at least to remember her, see what she's like, see how powerful she was, and just how amazing this ship is. So, I would basically recommend to buy her because she's probably the best ship in the UK premium tier for battleships to basically get credits on, and also to get your captain skills up. So she's good in those aspects, and why not? It's the Warspite. Come on now. It's like, what else would you want? But finally, the last thing I'm going to show you are the captain perks. The captain perks, not anything crazy. I mean, I will highly recommend expert marksman, because oh my gosh, you need your turrets to move. Other than that, you can build whatever you want with her. It's not crazy. There's nothing like mandatory on her. I basically say you just need a 3-point captain and you're gonna be good with her, which is very nice to see, because sometimes it gets tiring whenever you just see, I have to have a 12-point captain to do anything in this game, so, or higher. So that's the good news with this ship, is you basically only need three captain perks and you're good to go. You'll wreck as long as you know what you're capable of and what your limitations are. So as long as you know those things, you should be good to go. Other than that, hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Please let me know down in the comment section what ship you want to see next. And if you're new to my channel, thanks for making it to the end, and feel free to subscribe so that you know whenever I post the next So You Want a Captain series. And with that, thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Tirpitz. Well, do you like torpedoes on your battleships? Do you like secondary guns that will destroy everything? And do you like being called a noob? Well then, the Tirpitz, aka the Tirpitz, is for you. Now, if you're new to my channel, feel free to subscribe. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers, and once we do, we'll have a 24-hour stream, and on that stream, we'll do all different types of games, and we'll also be doing some giveaways. So make sure that you're subscribed, and you'll be notified whenever I go live. So let's get into the Tirpitz. The history of the Tirpitz is... it's very good and also kind of bad, if that makes sense. It's not the super long, epic battle of the Bismarck, but it's still pretty good. She was basically completed in 1941, and basically she was ported, or was stationed at Norway's ports just to be a deterrent against the Allied invasion. Was at Norway to basically prevent them and intercept any convoys that they may see. For the most part, she was very focused. After the Bismarck sunk, the British Royal Navy basically tried to focus everything that they could whenever they could find that Tirpitz. So she was moving around a lot. The only time that she actually truly fired her guns as a offensive role was in September 1943, whenever herself and the Scharnhorst were basically battering Spitzenberg. I'm sorry if I totally mispronounced that, but that's where they were, and they were shore bombarding. But basically, shortly after that, it was damaged by a British mini-sub, and because of that damage, she was in ports a lot, trying to get everything fixed. But then the Royal Air Force and Navy were just hunting for the Tirpitz like crazy. Multiple air raids were conducted on the Tirpitz. She was a very tanky girl, that's for sure. Basically, she would take a lot of explosions from those bombs. A lot of bombs missed, unfortunately. She also was had a lot of mini subs and submarine attacks going against her. A lot of those just failed just due to the fact that they had submarine nets out there, so it didn't work too much. But there was some damage here and there. Not to say that she was scratch free, but she did have some damage here and there, and so she was constantly being repaired. And also at the time, like, German Navy was not super happy about its surface fleet. They were super happy about their, submarines, but not so much their surface fleet. So it was, the writing was on the wall for the Tirpitz. You can't put that much resources into the ship and then it just immediately gets damaged. So, it was bound to happen one of two things. Either she's going to get destroyed by an air raid or Germany just scuttles her. Unfortunately, it was the first one, where the British in 1944, with a British Lancaster equipped with tall boys, which are about 12,000 pounds of explosives. Basically, two of them were direct hits on the ship, and one was a near miss, which caused the ship to capsize a little bit. Fires were everywhere, and then eventually the magazines for one of the main turrets exploded. Pretty much that's what killed her in the end. She was, I wouldn't say she was perfect after taking on those tall boys, but if that ammunition explosion didn't happen, I think they would have at least used her as like a shore bombardment type of deal, like what the Japanese were trying to do with Yamato, run her into her ground and just be like a shore bombardment type of place, or a fortress or something. So overall, that is the history of the Tirpitz. It's more detailed than that. There's a lot more strategies, a lot more plans than that, but that's just what I'm going to cover real fast. Now, in game, she is a interesting ship. So let's get it out of the way. The reason why she's called the Tirpitz is because she was one of the very first tier 8 ships that you could buy. And also, she was one of the first tier 8 ships that was a battleship. So that's pretty much the main reason why she got called the Tirpitz, because a player could literally play like an hour or two, get bored of, the slow moving battleships and go, oh, I want to put down however much money for the Tirpitz. So in the beginning, she sucked. That's just because players just didn't know how to play. Battleships at higher tiers, there's a whole different strategy to do whenever you're up at higher tiers. So that's the reason why her win rate sucked in the beginning. But now, it's still a little bit better, I will say. It's not the best, but it's still a little bit better. So obviously, the best thing about her is she's in the German line, so your secondaries are going to be insanely good, especially if you put on any of the modifications for it and your captain perks for it. Those are going to be amazing for you, just your pure secondary build. Pretty much like every single German battleship at this point. Your main guns, they're good at traversal and reload time. They aren't the best guns, though, because they're just 15-inch guns. So you're going to be good against, you won't have any over penetrations against cruisers, which feels good, that always sucks. But you're going to struggle against angled battleships, pretty much. So you got to spam the HE against those. So the other weak point for her is, her guns, her main battery guns are German. So they're not the best at accuracy. Pretty much just like the Bismarck. They suck at long range. Which also makes sense why her deck armor is pretty weak. Because plunging fire, it just sucks for her too. So just don't do long distance fights if you can. Try to get within like 11 kilometers, because that's usually whenever your secondaries go off, and that means your guns are going to be also a little bit more accurate. So overall, she's pretty much just like the Bismarck, except for a couple of things here and there. The big one is your AA guns are not as powerful or as strong as the Bismarck, who cares? AA defense does not really exist, so that doesn't really matter. The big thing, the big thing though, is you have torpedoes and the Bismarck does not, but the Tirpitz, since it has torpedoes, it does not get a hydro, which is so good. The German hydro is so good compared to all the other nations. So you are very, very weakened in that torpedo alley range, because you won't be able to spot torps as fast as a Bismarck can. Now, talking about the torpedoes, don't use those as your main attacking. They only have a 6-kilometer range. Yeah, that's great, but you have to get pretty close. And to be honest with you, a lot of better ships can be up close and personal and still kill you. If it's late in the game, yes, do that. That's totally fine. But if it's early, don't get up close. You're gonna die. And 9 times out of 10, most players will miss their torpedoes because people have gotten better at dodging torpedoes. It's not that hard anymore. So don't use your torpedoes unless it's last line of defense type of thing, because it's not gonna work for you whatsoever at all. So we've kind of talked about the pros and cons. No hydro, got torpedoes. That's basically the difference between her and the Bismarck. Now, here are the captain perks. As you can kind of tell, it's going to be just like every other German battleship. You're going to go that secondary build. That's the bread and butter of everything for her. It's a lot of fun to say. And you also can, just have more damage because, you're just sailing around and you're getting free damage. So that always helps out immensely. So now, here comes the next part that I'm trying to do in these series is, should you buy this ship? So one, if you're going down the German line, yes, I would say it's recommendable. The Scharnhorst can do the exact same thing pretty much, only a tier lower. So if you want to play in tier 10 battles, then yes, the, Tirpitz is going to be good for you. If you don't want to play in tier 10 battles, then you might want to look at the Scharnhorst. But she's still good at, she's still going to be good at getting your captains, your German battleship captains up there. So if you're needing help in that area, perfect opportunity for you to get your German captains to basically have a full spec. Credit-wise, she's pretty good at credits. Once again, this is the tier 8. That is pretty much the best tier of earning credits, just because your expenses are not that bad and you can get monster games and monster games and credits. She's still not going to be the best at the credit making. I know that there's other nations that do a little bit better. Mostly I'm looking at USA with your Missouri. That's pretty much the reason why. But overall, if you're just purely trying to get down the German line, yeah, it's going to be fine. It's going to be a good credit maker. I would not buy her if you're a brand new player. It does take a little bit of learning her, and especially if you're brand new and you have not, played higher tier battleships. That's the reason why she's called the Tirpitz, is because everybody sees I have torpedoes, I should go in and use my torpedoes. No, no, use your main guns. I know they kind of suck at long range, but you got to get a little bit closer, about 11 kilometers, and use your secondaries. Then you can use your torpedoes. So that's why I say don't do it if you're a new player. And if you're a history buff, of course you've already probably bought this ship by now, because once again, it's, actually real and it exists. So with that being said, hopefully you guys like this video. Please let me know down in the comment section on what ship you want to see next. Also, make sure to check out the playlist at the end of the So You Want a Captain series so that you know which ships I've already covered. And with that being said, I'm so excited that we're close to 1,000. I can't wait to do this 24-hour stream. We'll also be doing giveaways on there, so that's going to be fun. And hopefully I stay up the whole entire time. Who knows? We'll find out. With that being said, thanks for watching and have a wonderful day. Thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Graf Zeppelin. Well, do you like arguments? Do you like secondary builds? And do you like to be a meme? Well, then the Graf Zeppelin is for you. And if you're new to my channel, feel free to subscribe. Once we hit 1,000 subscribers, we'll have a 24-hour stream, and I cannot wait. But let's begin. The Graf Zeppelin actually legit existed, you know, which is crazy. I thought it didn't for the longest time, but it actually legit existed. Not in the way that we thought. Not in the way that the whole wargaming makes it feel. She was created in 1933 following World War I. Basically, whenever there was... they had a treaty that gave you some limits on carriers because carriers became a thing in World War I. So there was, you know, a chance for Germany to actually create one. And they, you know, wanted to be basically like their friends Japan and make an awesome carrier fleet. They wanted to go at least with about 4 in the beginning, but obviously that didn't work out. The biggest issue was there was a lot of internal argument between the Luftwaffe and the Kriegsmarine. Basically, the Luftwaffe didn't really want to create a plane for a carrier, and the carriers, obviously, under the would be under the Kriegsmarine, so the Luftwaffe just kind of said, nah, I could do other things, which I don't blame them. Also, to be honest with you, there's not a lot a German carrier could do. It could potentially have been good. I don't believe so, because once again, Germany's surface fleets weren't really a good thing. They were always pushed back or destroyed, or basically they never had full control of any sea or ocean. So no matter what, it wasn't going to work out for her. But yes, she could protect herself with her secondaries, but for the most part, nothing really. So, for the most part, her life, she was built, and she was in a lot of dry docks, but never completed, like, sea trials. So that was kind of like, quote-unquote, her downfall. She never was really a thing. But, basically, she was, you know, about to be created, and then whenever the war was about to be over, basically, they just kind of try to sink her a little bit so that, you know, they basically try to get rid of any potential enlist, anybody using it against them. Germany, that is. But the real interesting thing is after the war. So after the war, somehow they rose her up. I don't think she was in too much water, but basically they rose her up from the grave and gave her to the Soviet Union. Then this was where the mystery happened. Nobody knew whatever happened to her after they gave it to the Soviet Union in 1947. But in 2006, we were able to discover what happened. Basically, she was found underwater near Poland, off of Poland's coast. And basically, it looks like she took a ton of target practice. So it looks like the Soviet Union was just trying to figure out how to sink a carrier, basically, and see if they needed to improve any weapons or anything like that. Now, let's get into game. In game, there are 2 possible ways of playing her. There is the legit strategy of playing her, and then the meme build. So obviously, the legit strategy is using your airplanes. Shocker, right? You know, that's what an aircraft carrier is for. So pretty much your main goal is to always spot your destroyers and then go from there. Pick off the targets that don't have a lot of AA. Your planes, they're okay. They're pretty bad, to be honest with you. They're pretty bad. Your bread and butter, the thing that's going to give you a lot of damage, are going to be your torpedo planes. But the problem with both your torpedo planes and your dive bombers is they are pretty much very hard to, or they're not very agile, pretty much, let's say that. They have very poor agility, so you can't really make the best attack runs on things. So you're going to be trying to shoot and kill just basically battleships that have no AA. That's pretty much your main line of defense or attack, pretty much, is going after those battleships. Yes, your rocket attack airplanes are pretty good, but they are very fragile. They're going to be fragile as well. Basically, all your airplanes are very fragile, which sucks. Very much so. So it's really, really hard to play her as a legit attack plane or attack aircraft carrier. That's why the secondary build is coming up. And the secondary build is a lot of fun. Everybody at least has done it, or anybody that's had this ship has at least done it once, and you get your secondaries to about 12 kilometers roughly. I'm gonna round because everybody has different captains, skill perks, and whatever they prefer, but you can roughly get it about 12 kilometers. It's amazing. You just basically just drive in a straight line, and then your secondaries go off, especially if you have the new German captain. Whenever you hit like 100 secondary hits, then you have like faster reloads and more accuracy, and it's just so much fun for like a game. For a game. And it's not going to work very well if you're just by yourself, to be honest with you. It will help if you have a division of 2 other destroyers, preferably US or Japanese destroyers, so that they can lay down a smoke screen, and then basically you're undetected and you're just going off like crazy. So one person would lay down a smoke screen, the other one would spot. Whenever the smoke screen gives up, the other one can then use his smoke screen, and then the other one would spot, and so on and so forth. Of course, this all gets thrown out of the window whenever radar's here, but for the most part, if you have 2 friends that know how to play the game, it's going to be amazing for you. I've seen people get 200k plus games just being a secondary build, because her secondaries can pack a huge punch. There are basically, as a destroyer, you don't want to ever see a Graf Zeppelin up close, pretty much. You will get ripped to shreds, because those guns are basically tier 8 cruiser guns, which are insane. But for the most part, if you do have a division of 2 destroyers, you may have some time periods where you may accidentally overlap the smokes improperly, so just make sure that you're mindful of that. Obviously, in this gameplay, I'm not showing the secondary builds, but there was a game that the Mighty Jingles had of 200k, and it's amazing and scary. But once again, it was a lot of luck, too, based off of your matchmaking, because if you have any radar ships, it's going to put a big kink into your plan. So, here are the captain perks. Here's the normal captain perks. Let me put an emphasis on this. This is the normal captain perks. If you want to go the secondary build, you would just switch basically your tier 3 and tier 4s over to those secondary ones, and of course put those secondary modules on there. I do recommend health for this ship if you really care, especially if you're going a secondary build, just because you're going to take damage for sure. And if you don't know, carriers have a big citadel sometimes. Now, the next question. Do I recommend her? If this was a year ago, I would have gone, hell no. But now there is a whole German carrier line. So now it's more of, if you're truly trying to go down the German line and you need a ship to rank up your commanders, yes, this would be the perfect opportunity. But you're going to have a miserable time in it, because you won't be able to truly get the full secondaries going off like crazy. Now, with that being said, it's still not. As a DD main, I would not recommend her. I would rather buy other ships. If this is like your last ship that you've never bought in the game, yeah, go for it. But not my cup of tea. It's a very interesting ship, and unfortunately, everybody freaked out on her whenever she was in testing, and so she got nerfed to oblivion. And then whenever she came out, everybody sees what she is, and nobody really liked her. And then they found the secondary build, and that's when people kind of liked her. But for the most part, that's the Graf Zeppelin. Let me know down in the comments section on what ship I should do next. And with that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Please make sure to subscribe. It will mean the world to me. Once again, we'll have once we hit 1,000 subscribers, we will have a 24-hour stream. It's going to be fun. I will be sleeping for days after that, but that's not your problem. And with that being said, hopefully you guys have a wonderful day. Thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Cleveland. Well, do you like fire? Do you like spamming your guns? And do you like it whenever this ship was at tier 6? Then the Cleveland is for you. The history of the Cleveland is kind of lackluster yet again. I'm sorry I pick all the lackluster ships in the world. It's just next time I'll pick a more historically crazy ship, but for the most part, the Cleveland class, technically, there was a Cleveland class light cruisers. The head of the lead ship was, of course, called the USS Cleveland. They were commissioned in 1942 and saw extensive service in the Pacific and Mediterranean theater. Mostly what they were doing was just to help guard troop convoy transports and just to help out in general and support any battleships or destroyers. The surprising fact about them, however, is that all of the cruisers, all of the Cleveland class light cruisers, did make it through the war. So that's pretty amazing. There was roughly about, let me make sure, there were 27 of them, which is really impressive if you think about it. 27 ships made it through the whole entire battle and through the war. That's pretty good. So other than that, there's not too much. The only thing that's remaining about the Cleveland is the last remaining ship is the U.S. Little Rock, and that is in Buffalo, New York, as a museum ship. In game, oh how we miss it being tier 6. Oh how we miss it so much. It was at one point the most popular ship, and it still is one of the most popular ships if you look at the WoW stats numbers, at least for North America. It was in 7 million games before it's reworked last year, so that's insane. So that just shows you how crazy and how kind of broken the Cleveland was back in the day. It was just purely because the Cleveland was a World War II ship, and it was going against World War I, pre-World War II ships that weren't the most advanced at its time. It was really good at taking down AA craft. AA fire was great, on it. And for the most part, you were setting things on fire left, right, and center. You were setting destroyers on fire. You were setting other cruisers on fire. And you were setting battleships on fire. It was truly the HE spammer of all HE spammers. Then Wargaming decided, because it's so popular, that they decided to move it up to tier 8. And this is the ship that we have today. So, overall, the ship did get a big, massive upgrade. Basically, it's getting radar, it got hydro, it still has the hydro, it's got better AA defenses on it. For the most part, as you could tell, there was only just a few things in general with this ship that got better. You got more hit points, you got some different consumables. Even her main battery guns got a upgrade. It was basically they got upgraded to 152 millimeters, and the reload speed of these dropped from 8 seconds to 6.5, so granting her faster reloads at tier 8, which she definitely needs it. Now, the thing is, as soon as it went up to tier 8, it's kind of almost mandatory for this ship to get inertia fused HE shells as a commander skill, because if you don't, you do pretty much half the damage that you could potentially do, because this ship can just wreck ships if you're allowed time to just spam your guns, because you only have to reload of 6.5. So in game, you want to make sure that you are either by an island or you have some type of smoke screen as your best friend. I would prefer you to use a island as cover, especially like on like Two Brothers. There's like a certain point over there there's a certain island on the eastern flank where everybody knows that you can lob shells over, and it's going to be really hard for some ships to hit you back, as kind of like what I'm showing you also in this gameplay too. So you want to make sure that you stick to islands, try to lob your shells, try not to be detected as much as possible. If you're out in open water, you are pretty much a dead man, because this ship has very, very light armor, which is also kind of a blessing too, because battleships can potentially overpenetrate you instead of actually hitting your citadel. So it can work in your favor. Once again, not ideal. You don't want to be out in the middle of the open water with this ship, because basically the armor is weak pretty much all around, especially your deck armor. So if you get any shells that are at a high arc and coming in, they are mostly going to hit you. The other downside of this ship is, yes, it has an amazing arc, but since we got moved up to tier 8, your battleships and cruisers, they can move a little bit faster than your tier 6's range. So you just have to aim a little bit more carefully. You got to make more predictions, because at lower tiers, of course, battleships can't move as fast or maneuver as well. So that's one of the disadvantages of it moving up to tier 8, especially if it's going against tier 10 battleships. Those ships can technically move pretty well in the water. So you just have to make sure to pay attention to your HE shells. Other than that, for its tier, it kind of feels a little lackluster, to be honest with you, for a tier 8. Yes, you could still put amazing damage out there, but in the end, you are a support ship, unfortunately. You're not going to be taking out every ship in the world. You're going to be supporting them, causing fires, making them hopefully burn their damage control party. That is your goal. So it kind of went from this ship killer at tier 6 to now a support ship, which that is in itself, if you're used to playing it the old way, that was the hardest part of the transition, is just realizing that you have to be more of a support ship. But you can still rack up amazing amount of fire damage if you have the right captain's skills and flags on this ship. The other kind of disadvantage too is if a battleship or any ship kind of closes the distance on you, you don't have any torpedoes as backup. Yes, I know not a lot of American cruisers have torpedoes, but sometimes it really, you kind of forget about that, to be honest with you, whenever you get familiar with other nations. So that's kind of like also a disadvantage for this ship, is that there is no torpedoes to save your butt basically, or cause a massive amount of damage if a battleship gets too close to you. With this being said, I would still prefer the Cleveland to be actually one tier lower at tier 7, just because of her armor. But yeah, I mean, yes, she's an okay ship. You just have to play her way differently than what we were used to playing her as. And so that's why I was just kind of saying at tier 7, it's more of like a happy medium ground, because tier 8 you're going against potentially tier 10s, and there's a lot of better ships potentially for you that you have to go against. And a lot of times people see the Cleveland as like the Omaha. Not as bad as the Omaha, of course, because that's just a Citadel magnet, but they do focus you. You feel it, especially if you're accidentally getting open water, just trying to like reposition yourself or something along those lines. So always try to stick to the islands and make that your best friends. With that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Let me know down in the comment section of what ship you want me to play next. And other than that, hopefully you guys stay subscribed so that you can see my next video, and have a wonderful day. Thanks, bye-bye. So you want to captain the Thunderer. Well, do you like being a glass cannon? Do you have a mission that you need to set fires? And do you like putting ER at the end of a lot of your words? Well then, the Thunderer is for you. Now, if you're new to my channel, please feel free to subscribe. It will mean the world to me, and it's just one simple click down below. Once we hit 1,000 subscribers, we'll do a 24-hour stream, and we'll be also doing some giveaways. So make sure that you're subscribed so you stay in the know when I go live. With that being said, let's get into this ship. Now, the history of the Thunderer. Oh boy, it is so packed. It's like the best thing ever. No, I'm just kidding. It is the boringest thing ever. Basically, Wargaming just took up a blueprint design, an L2 battleship design from the 1920s, and voila, there's the Thunderer for you. Pretty much, it was, you know, a on and again, off again project from about 1939 to about 1943. But overall, nothing was laid down, and it was just purely a blueprint design. So that's the amazing history on the Thunderer. So, what is she like in game? Well, as I kind of hinted at earlier, she is a huge glass cannon. With that being said, she has basically horrible torpedo protection, and she has really, really bad armor. Its only saving grace will be that you kind of have the British heel. It's not going to be as effective as the Conqueror's heel, like basically where you can print a brand new ship, but it's a pretty damn good heel. So yes, you can take a little bit of damage, and yes, you can repair it, but not recommended at all. And especially with your weak armor scheme, HE spams kill you. Oh my goodness. Either they're going to set you on fire, or they put the IFHE skill on, and it just, it's a miserable time. Miserable. If you are just focus fired. That's why I said this ship is not meant to be a brawler. It is a glass cannon, so you're going to be in the back of the map sniping pretty much, or putting yourself in a position that does not make you the immediate target. But everything seems so bad, right? No, you are completely wrong. The thing that makes this ship so great is the guns. Oh my goodness, beautiful. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. These guns are super accurate. They're lasers. They're basically lasers. There's not too much dispersion at all, and they're pretty good. Your AP will overmatch 30 millimeters of armor, and your HE shells, the greatest fire chance in the game. So this ship is very annoying to other battleships, especially if they decide, I'm gonna angle in so I don't get broadside, so I don't get citadels. I'm on fire everywhere. Alright, well, I'm gonna fire all my guns at the Thunderer. It's got armor piercing, so it will penetrate me. So this ship is really, really good at distance. Once again, you want to stay away from other ships. Your main focus will obviously be battleships. You can use HE to burn them, and you can use your armor piercing to potentially citadel them if they're presenting broadsides to you. This is the best part of this ship, is that the guns are such useful. Usually, battleships, you either go straight armor piercing, or like cruisers, sometimes you just go straight HE. But this ship is a blend of both worlds. So if you need to learn how to switch from armor piercing to HE, or making decisions about that, this is the perfect ship for you to learn in too. Just making the right decision on ammunition. But for the most part, you're going to be focusing down your battleships. Then you want to focus on the cruisers with your armor piercing. Yes, you probably want to still use some HE, depending on the angle of the ships. But for the most part, you can use armor piercing against those cruisers. And those destroyers, you just destroy destroyers with those lovely, lovely HE shells. So the other good things about this ship is it's got very good maneuverability. So that's kind of like its one saving grace, considering its armor sucks. So it's kind of like a glass cannon that can run really, really fast type of thing. The other thing that's, I guess we can talk about too, because, carriers are a thing. It's got a decent AA, decent. It's okay. It's not the best. It's there. It works. There's not there. I mean, no ships no ship can defeat all the airplanes in the world apparently, but it's okay. It's gonna be okay, pretty much. So, if you are still around a cruiser or a U.S. cruiser, they'll still be your best friend against airplanes, basically. But overall, this ship is a very, I would say, overall, very well-balanced ship. It is, as long as you don't go close range. I wouldn't recommend going to close range until, if it's the end of the battle, or you absolutely have to hold a capture point. Because if you don't, if you don't take the advice of staying back, then you are going to be probably one of the first ships destroyed, because HE just ruins your day. You get penetrated so hard from HE spam. It's not even funny, and it's very annoying. So if you have two Smolensk going after you, rip. Or if you have a Seattle, and there's just so many combinations that just makes your life annoyed. So that's kind of the only downside to this ship, is it can take damage, and yes, it could technically repair some of that damage, but if you just keep constantly barraging it, you're not going to survive at all in this ship. Alright, so the next part, let's talk about those captain skills. For the most part, nothing super crazy. I would say probably go with expert loader, so that you can switch ammunition a little bit faster. Then obviously you want your expert marksman, just to get those guns turning around. The next thing I would say, get that superintendent, because that heal, beautiful, beautiful heal. It will just save you in the long run. Now, if you want to be a troll, yes, you can technically get Demolition Expert. But, I mean, you don't need it. You don't need it. Your shells already cause enough fire as is. You don't need it. And finally, the last perk I would recommend is, of course, Concealment, because with that, you can pretty much, you have a really low detection range, which is really good for this battleship. It's pretty hard to spot her sometimes if she's not firing her guns. So with that being said, do I recommend this ship? Heck yes. It's an amazing ship. Use your coal on it. I recommend her. She's probably the next coal ship that will be probably leaving the shop soon. She's been in there for quite some time, so I would imagine Wargaming would be taking her out sooner rather than later. But overall, very fun ship. Highly recommend. It's really good ship to help you train yourself on switching between different ammunitions if you struggle with that. If you are just like mindset, I'm going to use HE the whole entire game, or if I'm using AP all game, this ship will help you out in that aspect. Now, if you made it to the end of the video, I am so glad. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Let me know down in the comment section what ship you want to see next on my So You Want a Captain series. And with that being said, please feel free to subscribe. It will be awesome. And with that, hopefully you have a wonderful day, and thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Kansas. Well, do you like going slow? Do you like a lot of guns? And do you like being thick? Then the Kansas is for you. And if you are new to my channel, please feel free to subscribe. It will mean the world to me. And let's begin the Kansas. So the Kansas's history is not really anything. Basically, it was a blueprint. Not this exact model, of course. Wargaming's kind of playing around and kind of combining models together. But basically, this did not exist at all in real life. Shocker. And it was just mostly due to the Washington Naval Treaty right after World War I. So you couldn't have so much tonnage. Now, let's get into the Kansas endgame. To be honest with you, why did Wargaming create this line? I don't know. I don't think a lot of people were asking for this. A slow battleship, that's for sure. So basically, let's kind of take a step back. I know I'm kind of already criticizing the Kansas, but it's true. The good things about this ship is you have a heavy broadside. You have 12 guns of 406 millimeters, which is amazing. Great. You have a big, heavy broadside. And the other good thing too, I guess you could say, is your citadel is located underneath the water. But trust me, you will take a damage hit. People will still kill you instantly. Supposedly you have a good torpedo reduction. That's a little dicey too, but sure, whatever you want to say. So that's literally the only quote-unquote good things. Quote-unquote good things. Oh dear, we're just ripping this one apart. I have a feeling. I'm sorry in advance. If you like the Kansas, I'm sorry. So let's go over the cons of the Kansas now. There's a lot. So basically, you have a very slow ship. You're going to be just like the Colorado. You're going about 23 knots. Every ship in this line is going about 23 knots, which sucks. So basically, you're going to be at your cap circle most of the game. I'm going to say it right now. You do have great range, which will cover it for you, but your gun's accuracies are not existent. So I don't know what Wargaming was thinking, but yeah. Once again, you have, it's an okay, like, once again, your guns are going to be great, but the problem is they reload every 40 seconds, which can take a lot of time, which I don't know why they nerfed all these ships, because in the test server, they were about 30 seconds, 32 seconds, but then they, like, bumped it up to 40 seconds, and that's just, bah. So, if anything that I can predict for this tech tree is they're going to probably reduce the reload of all these guns. Because right now, they're just floating XP. I hate to say it. I'm sorry. You just have a lot of health, which is great. You kind of have good protection, but not really. You're pretty squishy. And if you want to fire all your guns, you're going to be showing broadside, and then other battleships can take full advantage of you. The other bad side too is because you're so slow. Yes, you have a great turning circle, but at the same time, that just slows you down even more, and that just is like a big target for destroyers. So say, for whatever reason, right, you're showing broadside and you saw a Iowa-class battleship shooting at you. You probably would turn away from it, and you may accidentally go in a perfect broadside for a destroyer. And destroyers, like, say, let's go with, like, the Yugumo, that can be not detected from 5.5 kilometers, but they have torpedoes that can go 12.2 kilometers, I think, or 10 or 12.2. But anyways, I digress. You're probably going to go still sailing in a straight line, and you're going to eat a lot of torpedoes. You have a lot of health, and it's just a damage XP thing, unfortunately. My suggestion for wargaming is probably reduce the reloads on these guns, and give us something else. Maybe a radar. I hate radar to the nth degree. But this is probably one of the few instances where I say radar's okay with this ship, because they will never be in range of radar. The other downsides, I mean, is if you like the Colorado, if you like the New York, if you like the New Mexico, you'll be fine with the Kansas and everybody else that's above it. But right now, the Kansas is by far the worst ship in the tech tree from what I've seen and just what I've heard from people and what I've also experienced myself. I would not recommend the Kansas until they buff it, or you have enough XP to basically get to the Minnesota. Now, I know that sucks, but it is what it is. We did not have a very good ship to work with. Yes, you could probably work the flanks. Yes, you could. You're just slow. You're not going to be able to be proactive. I mean, unless you're one of those people that is constantly looking at their minimap and playing more of a StarCraft 2 game instead of like World of Warships, but it's very few and far between. So, unfortunately, that's kind of the Kansas in a nutshell. It's not great. It's by far the worst ship in the tech tree. The Minnesota is a little bit better because it's accurate, but the guns still take a little while to reload. So I don't know what else to say besides good luck. Honestly, if you're trying to go down this tech tree, I would avoid it for the time being. We have plenty of ships. I would say if you don't have anything else going on, yes, you can go down this tech tree, but not worth it. I do not like the New Mexico, Colorado, just because of the speed, because I'm a DD main. So if you can handle not being super fast, then this probably will be alright for you. Alright. Besides that, let's get into the captain skills. Captain skills, it doesn't really matter at level 1. Level 2, you want your rotation of your turrets to be better, so X-Men Markman will be great. Tier 3, it's up to you. It doesn't really matter too much. Superintendent would be kind of nice, I would say. I would probably lean towards Superintendent, if anything. Tier 4, it's up to you. I would say probably Concealment, just to get you down so that people can't see you as much. But also, Fire Prevention is extremely useful because this ship burns and its top deck is not that great. A lot of ships can penetrate you, and you are just on fire all the time, and HE just will hurt like crazy. So, unfortunately, this is the Kansas. This is what Wargaming has given us. Not a lot of people have asked for this, and I also just kind of rude, to be honest with you, that they even put in, like at the same time that they announced the U.S. battleship line, they announced the Kid Economy. I forgot what it's called. I'm sorry. Basically, the cruiser that can fire like 40 torpedoes. And I was just like, why? Why would you do that? Why are you just directly trying to sell a destroyer because you see all this free XP? But anyways, I digress. Unless there's something between here, whenever this video has been released, and whenever a buff or somebody figures out something, I would not recommend this tech tree whatsoever on the slow battleships. But That is to each its own, but that's just my thoughts and opinions. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful day. Let me know down in the comment section of what ship you want to see next. And if you're new to my channel and you made it this far, feel free to subscribe and have a wonderful day and good luck if you're grinding this ship. Thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the Omaha. Well, do you like rapid firing guns? Do you like being the center of attention? And do you like being the first one to go back to port? Well, then the Omaha is for you. And if you are new to my channel, feel free to subscribe, then you'll be notified whenever I post the next So You Want a Captain series video. And let's begin with the Omaha. The history of the Omaha is kind of lackluster, to be honest with you. She was developed in 1915, laid down in 1918 for most of the class, and she was one of the oldest cruisers entering World War II, for the United States at least. Overall, the Omaha class doesn't have too much spectacular for her. She was basically one of the first light cruisers ever developed for the United States, more of the modern cruisers, and it shows. It shows a lot. So during World War II, though, there was no wartime losses of this class, but then again, there weren't that many left. And the Raleigh was hit by a torpedo at Pearl Harbor, and then the Marblehead did take some damage, but that's another video if we get there. But for the most part, only 2 ships ever took damage, and that's because the U.S. Navy knew the age of the ships, and they wanted to make sure that they were basically taking advantage, or weren't getting taken advantage of, to say the least. So they were located in regions that didn't have a high Navy presence of the enemy. So they basically were pretty boring ships, to be honest with you. A lot of training ships, too. And for the most part, after the Japanese surrendered, most of them, except for one ship, the Milwaukee, were pretty much scrapped instantly. And I do not blame them, because that ship had about a 35-ish year run. And of course, technology and everything has developed amazingly during that time period. So, let's talk about her in-game. In-game, let's just pull up the ship real fast here. In between these 2 points, you are a dead man. This is your citadel, basically, and this just makes you a target. So in between these 2 areas is just the death zone for you. And this is what Wargaming forgets to tell players, is that this is going to cause you a lot of pain if you're showing full broadside. Yes, you have a lot of guns, but you don't have to use them all. That's just something that does not, Wargaming never tells new players, and you don't really learn that until you're maybe like tier 7, 8, even if that, of angling. So, for the most part, do not show full broadside. That's tip number 1 for you. Because the more you do, the bigger target you are, and also just everybody's guns just turn towards you, to be honest with you. The other thing that Wargaming did for this ship, which causes a lot of people to hate it because of the Citadel, is because they put torpedoes in. And to be honest with you, you only get torpedoes for the Phoenix and for the Omaha. After that, you never really get torpedoes ever again for the U.S. line. So it causes a lot of mixed reactions for at least new players, because new players are like, oh, I have torpedoes and that's my most damage. I would think about this differently. I would say, don't even think you have torpedoes. 5.5 kilometer range is not going to save you and not going to do enough damage. So keep that in mind. But just use your guns. Use your guns. That's what they're meant for. They have rapid fire. You're going to get a lot of damage in. And you don't have to show your whole entire broadside. You can just show basically your front. You have 5 guns up there. That's more than enough to get stuff done. As you can kind of see in this video that I've been doing. This was like one of the first times I came back to the ship after I realized, oh yeah, this is what I need to do to angle and everything like that to keep myself safe. So, with that being said, this ship is a support ship. I know that doesn't sound flashy or anything like that, but you want to stay with battleships, you want to stay further back, and you just want to keep shooting and try not to be the center point or be the spotlight. If you push too far up, you're going to be dead instantly because everybody just turns their guns on Omahas. They say free XP right there. There he is. So That's just something to keep in mind, is to make sure you are not on the front line. If you're on the front line, that's the reason why you are dying. So basically, wargaming kind of does fail, to be honest with you, for new players, because this is the first time that they truly introduce citadels, I feel like, because battleships will actually start hitting you properly, cruisers can hit you properly, and DDs can hit you properly because they have just enough caliber. Now, granted, new players are probably going to be stuck on HE. Some people might learn, but for the most part, just don't show your broadside. Don't go charging in. This ship is not meant for that. And that's kind of like where I feel like wargaming doesn't teach new players very much, because lower tiers, they're a lot of fun and they're very chaotic, but you can get away with showing full broadside, you know, because usually most people will just over-penetrate or don't know where to aim. But as soon as you get to tier 5 and 6, that's where it becomes a nightmare for Omahas. So, keep that in mind. Don't show full broadside. Just keep firing with your main guns up front. Yes, you can still get penetrated from the front and get citadel from the front, but it's a lot harder. You're a very small target compared to whenever you're showing your whole entire port or starboard side. So, just keep that in mind. Now, here are the captain perks. I wouldn't recommend putting a 10-point captain into this ship, but the one thing I will recommend is at least putting priority target on you. This just helps you realize how many people are going to be shooting at you. As you can kind of see throughout this whole entire game, for the most part, I don't really have too many people. I probably have maybe like one person shooting at me. Towards the end, I realized there's multiple people targeting me, so I head for the hills, but just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind that you are probably going to be the first and center point. And if you keep that in mind, you are basically always going to be on like first target. That people will shoot Omahas over destroyers, basically, which is kind of sad, but true, because they're easier to kill. So basically, as soon as you get maybe 2 people on you, I would probably disengage and just, you know, hide for the hills. Don't fire, run away, get behind an island, do whatever. My pro strategy would say stick with a battleship, be a friend with a battleship, be the air support that they need, and also, as long as you're firing your guns rapidly, you'll get a lot of damage. You don't have to be front line. Just keep that in mind. So, hopefully you guys enjoyed this. I know this sounds crazy, but I used to hate the Omaha, and that's because I didn't know what I was doing whenever I had the Omaha. This was back like 3-4 years ago, and so I failed my way up. I'm gonna be honest with you, I failed my way up. But now coming back to the Omaha, it's actually a really good ship if you know what you are doing. If you're not showing full broadside, if you know not to overcommit, this ship can be really dangerous and really fun. So this ship is no longer my most hated ship anymore. So, with that being said, with that bombshell, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Please feel free to subscribe. It will mean the world to me, and you'll be notified whenever I post the next So You Want to Captain series. Also, get down in those comments. Let me know what ship you want to see next. And with that being said, thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the U-69. Well, do you like subs? Do you like playing ranked? And do you like going back on your promises? Then the U-69 is meant for you. The history of the U-69 was that it was the very first Type 7C U-boat. I'm not going to do VIIC. Give me a break there, guys. Of the German Nazi Kriegsmarine during World War II. This means compared to other previous U-boats, she could travel further and stay out there longer because she had a payload of 11 torpedoes, a 8.8 centimeter deck gun with smaller vessels, and a flat gun to use against aircraft. The U-69 was very successful in sinking over 72,000 gross registered tons of Allied shipping in her career that lasted 2 years, making her one of the longest surviving, continuously serving U-boats. Her most notable attack was on a civilian ferry, the SS Colbert? Yeah, that thing, right here, this word. Yeah, which sank off the coast of Newfoundland in October 1942, killing about 137 men, women, and children. Finally, to end her 10th and final patrol. She was rammed and sunk by HMS Fame on February 17th, 1943. So, she was a part of the Wolfpack, which is kind of cool. So you get to see the little Wolfpack symbol here as well. Now, what is she like in-game? Well, it's a sub. She is a sub. That is first and foremost. I will say probably she is the most, I guess you could say, well, not well balanced, but she's not great in any one aspect, if that makes sense. She's average in all categories, which is totally fine. This is probably a good, this is like most of the US line, if that makes sense, like cruisers, destroyers, and whatnot. So she's pretty much, you know, just a good starting place. Let's go with that. Especially with your pinging, you have a very, very short ping. So you can constantly send out those pings all the time and annoy the crap out of everybody. So with that being said, she's okay. She's very decent. She's got probably one of the higher health pools of subs, even though 83,000 is not a lot, just saying. But the only thing that's kind of a downside of her is she technically doesn't have the maximum depth like the other nations. So you are more prone to getting depth charge and probably getting more damage that way because of those depth charges. But I don't think that really matters too much, to be honest with you, as long as you are not being stupid and being too far ahead and just attacking destroyers, then that's not going to be an issue for you at all, to be honest with you. And this is how I play most subs, but especially for the U-69, is basically you want to stay on the surface. I know it sounds crazy for a sub, but you stay close to the surface, up or below the surface, just barely on the surface, where you're scouting for your team, because this is pretty much what subs are a one-trick pony of, is they're just a very, very nice destroyer for scouts, or a scouting destroyer, I guess you could say. So you want to stay on the surface as much as possible, because basically you can fire your torpedoes, but you won't be detected, so that's kind of nice. Your torpedoes are decent. They do have a speed of 73 knots, range about 9 kilometers, so that helps, I guess you can say. It's not the best, but once again, compared to your concealment, it's gonna be about 5.82, so yeah, you're going to be stealth torpedoing all the time, so there's no point of you to go underneath the water. It's kind of broken, to be honest with you. So you can stay on the surface. That's what I typically try to do, is try to stay on the surface, and just keep constantly pinging. Not because you can. It's like a machine gun on that. It's a little tricky at first to get a hang of the pings, but once you do, it's really easy, and you can stay consistent with it the whole entire game until that ship is destroyed. So to player, you're going to play on the surface as much as possible. Every once in a while, you'll need to dive down if you do get spotted, but then just back up. That's just telling you, hey, you've gone up too far, because literally, I hate to say it, but you're kind of like a floating island. You advance up and you kind of stop. I wouldn't say completely stop, because you want to keep moving around and whatnot, but you're just kind of like a floating island, spotting for your teammates, causing havoc, causing the enemy team to get displaced differently because of your torpedoes, so that they're potentially showing broadside to your team because they had to dodge your torpedoes, and just constant annoying. That's pretty much your goal, is to annoy the other team as much as possible, because your torpedoes, your pinging will potentially cause flooding. Your pinging can be technically removed by damage control. Please don't ever do that, please. That is a complete waste of a damage control, because guess what? You're going to be on a 30-second cooldown. Meanwhile, this person can keep constantly pinging you, so it's not worth it. But other than that, the U-69, it's a different mechanic that we all kind of are clearly divided. Either you love the subs or you absolutely hate subs. So here's that for you. But for the most part, it's not a bad ship. It just kind of gets boring. Just because of how the sub mechanic works right now. Unless you're going super aggro and going balls deep, you should be playing kind of conservative but still aggressive, like aggressive enough, but just use your spotting or your detection to your advantage. Your advantage is amazing. Because the only thing I can think of right off the top of my head would be a Yugumo at tier 9 with a 5.5 kilometer surface detectable range, if they have the commander, if they have the modules and all that fun stuff. So right now, it's pretty easy to see why it's kind of broken at tier 6. But everybody has their own reasons. Now, as for upgrades and commander perks, I'm gonna just kind of say nothing at this moment in time, just due to the fact that they will probably change by the time the video comes out, to be honest with you. I mean, probably the modules are okay. There's nothing really. You can get a sonar, you can get better battery. I mean, there's nothing really broken. I mean, damage modification. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Subs just do not matter with the consumables. It's whatever you feel you want to have on there. And captain perks, they'll probably get reworked 10 times before they're officially playing in random battles. So I'm not going to say too much. So with that being said, hopefully you guys understand that the subs are a different mechanic. You just have to be kind of careful. You don't want to be too aggressive, but use your detectability and your great torpedo range to the best of your ability. And with that being said, hopefully you guys enjoyed this. If you made it this far, please subscribe. It will mean the world to me, and I can't believe you made it to the end of the video. I love you if you did. And with that being said, let me know down in the comment section what you feel about subs, because everybody has a different opinion of them. And also let me know what ship you want to see next on So You Want a Captain. And with that, thanks. Bye-bye. So you want to captain the USS Salmon? Well, do you like fish? Do you like being the center of attention? And do you like being depth charged by everything on the map? Well then, the Salmon is for you. Now, for once, it's kind of shocking that I actually have some history to talk about, because this did exist. So the Salmon was the lead of her class of submarine. She was laid down on April 15th, 1936, and was launched June 12th, 1937. Whenever war broke out, she did a lot of patrolling in the Philippines, and she did 11 operations where she was either attacking convoys or doing recon for basically military strategies, but it just wasn't a lot going on, I'm not gonna lie. She has some patrols here and there, like her 5th patrol was probably exciting, but her last patrol is the truly most exciting. The 11th patrol was a war patrol, which was conducted by a company of other submarines, including the Tigger. So basically, it was a coordinated attack so that they could attack a large tanker, just to hurt the Japanese with the fuel supply. So they were able to eventually sink this tanker, but on their way out, basically they had some escorts that were basically depth charging like crazy, and then the Salmon got hurt so bad or took so much damage that she had to surface and fight her way out. She was able to basically escape, but there was just a lot of depth charges on her and a few small caliber hits from enemy vessels, and she somehow limped away, and basically after that she was pretty much abandoned. She did get a repair, but then the war was over, and then she was decommissioned and was scrapped on April 4th, 1946. So unlike a lot of her sister ships that were able to kind of be a museum in some way, shape, or form, this ship was not lucky enough to do that. But in the end, she did receive the President Unit Citation for extraordinary heroism against enemy surface vessels on her 11th patrol, and also earned 9 battle stars for World War II in the Pacific area. So, still pretty impressive, but what is she like in-game? Well, in-game, she is basically the opposite of the U-190, or 190? I don't know, what do you want to say? You know, the German one. So basically what that means is she has access to conventional torpedoes, and then of course she has homing torpedoes. So your conventional torpedoes are going to be doing a lot more damage and cause more flooding, and they're a lot better than what the Germans get. Shocker. But the Germans have better homing torpedoes, so it's kind of pick your poison here. You do have a better hydrophone, so that's better than the Germans' ones. You also have some fore aft torpedoes, so just keep that in mind. You got really fast speed for whatever reason, because in real life you only had 9 kilometers whenever you went underneath the surface. In this game you have 30. Like, logic, whatever, goes out the window. Gameplay is the most better possible way of going around this. Some downsides is basically, once again, your sonar, reload, your homing torpedo performance are worse than the U-190, but you know, it's gonna be pick your poison. Would you rather do more conventional torpedoes, or you're gonna be more on the surface and periscope depth and are able to use your normal torpedoes, or do you need to use your homing torpedoes? It's gonna be kind of each situation to their own type of thing. And then the other thing that's kind of weird about this is you only reload 2 torpedoes at a time for both the forward and aft, because 2 are going to be basically going to be your conventional torpedoes, and then 2 are going to be your homing torpedoes. So it's a little weird, but you know, 42 seconds, I'm okay with waiting 42 seconds to just keep constantly firing torpedoes. But with that being said, what should you be kind of looking out for? What should you be doing? What's your goal? Well, the easiest thing is at the beginning of the game, you have the best detection ability, or let me rephrase that. You're very hard to detect, so you can kind of hang out around the caps, be able to spot most things. That's kind of the goal. A lot of captains either like to be in the cap or right next to it. Don't know why, because that just allows you to be, you know, depth charge from either the airplanes or from destroyers and everything under the sun. So it's going to be kind of what you feel like you're best at. Me personally, I don't want to be in the cap circle because I feel like that's just a death zone. So I will be playing more outside, kind of be like where I know there's channels that I can escape from. That's the biggest thing, is because you want to use your diving ability to escape. Granted, you do have, you know, depending on your configuration, you could potentially have like 3 minutes of being safe under the water, so that's always nice. But once again, it's going to be up to you on how you want to play this ship. Me personally, I like to be more of a spotter at the beginning and then pick my targets as the game goes on. You can pick and choose how you want to do, because you can play subs however you want to play subs. It's going to be really dependent on the game and what you're going against. If you see a lot of destroyers, it's going to be harder. And of course, some battleships have ridiculous amount of depth charges, so you have to keep aware of that. But you are super fast in this ship, both underwater and on the surface, so use that to your ability to get around the map, be able to spot your targets where you need to spot them, and, you know, do what you need to do. It's gonna depend on, once again, your map and who you're going against, but for the most part, you can easily just kind of stay close to the surface or on the surface. Once again, the whole entire gameplay of subs have changed over the years, so it's kind of weird. So, me personally, I'm going to use more conventional torpedoes because I'm a destroyer main, so that's where I'm coming from. Every once in a while, whenever I know I can get away with homing torpedoes, I will use them. And what I mean by get away with is basically that destroyer, battleship, or whatever cruiser, whatever I'm going against, is preoccupied with something else. They're either engaged with somebody else or facing the opposite direction of me. That's whenever I can use my homing, because they probably aren't going to pay attention to whenever my homing goes off. So that's what I like to do. Once again, it's going to be up to you and what you want to do with your captain. Me personally, I like the conventional torpedoes because 1, they do a lot more damage. 2, it doesn't give your position away. But 3, the only downside of that is you do have to get a little bit closer. And of course, you have to be a little bit more reliant on people going in straight lines, which is still a thing. You'd be surprised. People don't really change their course. So it's going to be up to you on how you want to do it, but that's how I play this game. Hopefully this kind of gives you a little bit of insight of what you want to do. And then let us talk about the captain skills or the commander skills. So this will be on screen for you right now. But I like to go with the liquidator. Everybody gets a flood. It always helps with 30% of causing more floods, even with your hydros. You wanted to improve your battery capacity. Lordy, you need to improve your battery capacity because you don't get a reserve battery unit in this ship. So that really sucks. So that's what I like to do. The next tier, tier 3, it's going to be up to you. I think basically watchful is probably a little bit more helpful for me. I feel like I don't use every single consumable. Granted, it just depends on how long you make it in the game. It's just gonna depend on if you need more consumables or not. If you feel like you make it through games longer with subs, then yes, probably use your consumable. But I feel like the watchful perk gives me more advantage throughout the whole entire game. And then finally, what I think think most people want to do is probably the enlarged propeller shaft. That's just me. While 50% of your maximum capacity, you can basically be faster. That's where, once again, I'm going to be closer to the surface. You could do a adrenaline rush, but I feel like you're in a sub and you are pushing the limit. By what I mean by that is because usually subs don't have a lot of health. So yes, you could use that ability. It would be great, but at the same time, I feel like with a sub, you're pretty much dead. Once you get targeted, you're usually pretty dead. So I would rather be faster and get away from my situation than, you know, potentially tanking stuff. So that's just me. Let me know in the comment section what you guys believe in. And with that being said, one more thing I'll go over is kind of like the upgrades. If you want to do the upgrades, it's going to be to each their own. If you plan on keeping the ship or not. So what I usually do is I do probably your sonar modification. Just makes life a little bit easier to ping people. Damage control, that's basically just reducing your damage and just getting everything less fires. Fires are awful with this ship. And then next I will do basically the torpedo tubes modification 1, just to basically have better torpedoes. You know, helps me out immensely, especially just, you know, speed. You want speed on firing them. And then, you know, the submarine steer gearing modification 2 and 3 just helps out immensely because you do kind of have a crappy rudder shift time, so this just helps you out immensely trying to get out of dodge. So that's what I use that for. So let me know down in the comment section of what you want to see next, and hopefully you enjoyed this. Thanks, bye bye. So you want to captain the Vampire too? Well, do you not like garlic? Do you not like the sun? And do you like blood? Wait, sorry, wrong thing. Then the Vampire 2 is for you. So, the history of the Vampire 2 technically doesn't exist. It's technically the Vampire, but this is the more modern version of the Vampire, which was constructed roughly around, the more upgraded version was constructed roughly around 1949, which is part of the Daring class of destroyers that the Royal Navy of Britain gave to the Royal Australian Navy. And so basically it had a career that expanded since World War II. Officially, it was commissioned in 1933, and it basically was a cargo escort for the most part. And so it's really cool that it's in the game. It is technically weird that it's in the game twice, because it's technically the Vampire at tier 8, but they upgraded it to the Vampire 2. But regardless, I've actually been on this ship, and it's in the Australian National Maritime Museum in the harbor of Sydney. It's a glorious ship. It's very cool. Highly recommend if you have the chance to go out there to check it out. Let's just say, though, this destroyer is not meant for a 6'2" tall person, because I kept hitting my heads. I at least hit my head twice while exploring this ship. And it's a long ship, surprisingly, but I can just tell you it's very cramped. The kitchen was very small, and they had a very small medical bay, so hopefully you never had to go there. But overall, it was a very unique ship to go see in person, and I'm glad I got to do that whenever I was in Sydney. And the Australian National Maritime Museum is very, very beautiful. It's got a destroyer, it's got like a small escort ship, I guess you could say, and a submarine. Lordy, if you think I had a rough time in the Vampire, the submarine's even worse. But overall, the Vampire, it's still around today. Highly recommend you guys go check it out. But you know what? Let's talk about the Vampire too. What are the pros and cons of this actual ship? Well, it can fire very, very fast. It's probably like one of the top end of destroyers that can fire a lot, which is very good. It's got good AP penetration, so that always helps out. Good torpedo damage, great range. The only kind of downside to this ship, at least this upgraded version, is that it's got a small health pool. It's probably one of the lower ones on the tier 10s, and it only has one torpedo rack, which kind of sucks because, yes, the torpedoes are really good, but you only got one of them, so that's the only downside. It's a little bit slow, but it's got very good concealment, so it kind of, goes against each other. You got a crawling smoke generator, which is also unique to it too, which is kind of nice. It's kind of like what the British have. So basically you can just smoke up and kind of crawl away. Once again, if you're detected by radar, it's kind of hard. It's hard to get away too because you're so slow. But if you're able to stay alive in this ship, lordy, be prepared to have plentiful damage done. It's very good. It's a very good ship overall. Not many people use it because, once again, nobody really goes down the Commonwealth or picked up the premium part of this, because it is pretty expensive with the whole 55,000 research points that you have to use because it's like special. But I will recommend it. Is a good ship. Is it the best destroyer? No, it's not. There's easier ships like the Shimikaze, all the other Japanese and US, the gearing and that type of stuff. But it's still a very fun ship. It's very rewarding. It's got a high ceiling cap, which is always good. But once again, the hardest part about this ship is just because you only have one torpedo launcher, you kind of have to watch out about it. Granted, your torpedoes are very good. You got a fast-ish reload time. You can get it down. By default, it's 96 seconds, but you can always get that down. But once again, the worst part is you only have one rack, which the maximum damage that you can do is 19,500, which is not going to destroy everything, but it can do a lot of damage. But it's a 12-kilometer range, which is very nice to say. But with that being said, overall, this ship is very fun. I enjoy playing it here and there whenever I do get a chance to play it. The upgrades I like to have on it are the main armament modification 1, engine room protection, because lordy, this ship, I feel like it always gets busted in some way, shape, or form. Aiming systems for slot number 3, modification 1, steering, because it kind of has a crappy turn circle. Not that bad, but the steering modification just helps it just that little bit more. Then up next is just to get the concealment down, and then finally my last one is main battery modification number 3, because these guns are dangerous. You are going to win most gunfights against another destroyer, so just so you know. Once again, for the consumables, you're going to use your damage control party, which everybody gets. The crawling smokes generator, you get 3 charges of that by default. It's nice. It gets you out of sticky situations, and it's got a relatively fast reload on the consumption, but it's not as fast as the British, so just kind of keep that as a heads up. You also get hydro. The hydro is okay. It's not like the most game-changing thing. It's like a standard hydro. It's not going to be a German one, but at least it can help you whenever you're close court fighting other destroyers. And then, of course, you get an engine boost, which is always a blessed thing on my lovely destroyers. Now, as far as captain skills go, I'm going to put that up right now. But as for the main part, you definitely want preventive maintenance. You want to have last stand. And then from there, adrenaline rush, because, that's always fun. Or you can go with survivability expert or superintendent. Once again, all 3 of those are very good choices for your tier 3. I highly recommend putting at least 2 of those potentially for you. And then finally, the last ones is going to be the concealment expert down there in tier 4. You can get the radio location, but it's, it's alright. I mean, that's not like a necessary. It's nice to have if you have the extra points, but usually 9 times out of 10 you want at least like more health and potentially superintendent, just depending on your playstyle and how you go through your consumables. But that, in a nutshell, is the Vampire. It's a glorious ship. If you have the chance to get the research points for it, I highly recommend you get it. And if you're in Sydney, please go check out this place. It's a gorgeous ship. It's got a lovely facility. It was basically the highlight of everything. So, hopefully you guys enjoyed. Let me know down in the comments section what you want to see next. Please make sure to like and subscribe for the next video. And other than that, have a wonderful day. Thanks. Bye-bye.